I am late because I was working on stuff. Whoopsie doozy. Not that. Also, probably should have made sure that that's not. Oh, okay. That's CSP. So, grab that first. Yeah. There we go. That's how I can fix it. Where are we here? Where? CSP. Oh, Doki Doki. That's the color. That. What window is that? Gonna have to be under all the gear, but it'll still need to be a little higher. Rest of it. Where? Yes, that's Doki. Alright, well, it's in there somewhere. I really have to clean up that folder. Hey. That's in there. Okay. Whatever. It's finally running. Oh. Alright then, let's get our usual stuff done out of the way. Oh. I need more redeems? Yeah, I definitely do. And that looks like another bot account, actually. That's good. Fan H. I believe that's 0, right? H0SS. Oops. H0 0 SS 00312. There we go. Welcome, Leah. How's the day going for you? And how was your coffee? Since you got the Jacko post done, I kind of figured you'd had a bit of an interesting day going, but do. Yeah, right, because self promotion is going to be pretty much autoed on your side. Oh, yeah, and just to explain why I was late a bit, uh, yeah, I may have been pushing this a little this morning while I was trying to figure out how the fuck to get it to work. It's not perfect yet. I think what I'm going to need to do to make sure it's properly fixed is I need to raise the shoulders a bit on the hoodie, as well as make her chest bigger, just to get rid of the shoulder clipping here. But other than that, at least gives me a clean mesh to work with. And while it does kind of break a little bit, it's the idea across, right? Yes, while I'm doing this, probably should be using that voice. I also need to clean up the neck. I'm not exactly certain what happened with that, but I have to clean that up too. I drew the Jacko with a smug face, but was so upset with how the drawing ended up to redraw a frown. No, I can definitely understand that. I know sometimes getting through your art's always a bit of a pain anyways, so that is completely understandable. There we go. The mesh is messing with my eyes. That is kind of the idea. I mean, it's mesh, right? It's going to be fairly tight. If you had such a loose mesh, then like I can redo it because all I did was just make it like a 5 pixel space and between every single line. I could maybe increase that to maybe like 8 or 9 because it's not awful to do. It took me like maybe an hour to do, but I'll play around to see what actually works. Either way, I have to make the chest bigger and the shoulders higher for that to actually work. Let's see here. I need to do my promotion stuff. That's Twitter. your Twitter. Going live with Doki Doki. Gonna mainly be reading the side stories and the emails explaining why they should probably be made a prequel to Doki Doki. Link in bio. In VTuber, Auto, Tuber. I just noticed you have strings off your arms. Oh, on like the Zoira model? Yeah, cut up the mesh a little bit. Unless you mean on the Jude model, in case I really fucked something up on the shirt. On this model. Okay, then I fucked something up on the shirt. Oh, hello. Huh. Wonder what that's from. Well, I'll have to fix that and reapply it. Rare Jude, but yeah, it pops up every now and again. Weird, I wonder where that came up. Well, easy solution, because that's gonna bug the shit out of me. Yeah, easy problem, easy solution. I'll fix it later. I'm surprised I missed that, but I guess it's like a 1 pixel line in there. Do get advertising done out of the way. Sweet. And then let's just get a couple of the Discord ones done. Reading some more of the Doki Doki Times side stories. They'll be a bit sad. It's easy to miss little things like that. It really is, unfortunately, and I wish I kind of caught it earlier, but oh well. That's what you gotta do, and why I shouldn't have immediately published that, but oh well. I still kept this model as a backup anyways, so no harm, no foul. Oh, looks like we're getting those weird cropped versions of the Discord links today. That's not too bad. I'm gonna assume it resets at like 6 o'clock at night. Because that seems to be when the like preview images tend to get changed. But you never know. Do no creations. I will delete this later. And let's just get the rest of them done out of the way. Make sure that other folks know that I'm live, since the Discord doesn't seem to be the most approachable place, I guess. Womp. Womp. Thankfully, I do have enough energy today because I decided to go out and get chocolate milk that wasn't spoiled. And so I've drank a little bit of that today. So hopefully today will go over well. Had to do others. Not push other people out of the way. I don't know why. I know people recommend not to drink milk on stream, and I kind of get the point of it. I think it's just something screwed up with me, where I drank enough milk at this rate that it doesn't affect me the same as other people. So, like, my throat gets dry unless I'm drinking milk or that kind of weird stuff. I wonder if it has to do with the bot that posts go lives, because the only one in my Discord looks different from the one in yours. I don't know, actually. If they've been tied to that bot, then that would explain a few things. I'd have to look into it, because I know your bot's a bit more helpful and usually a bit quicker on the draw than mine tends to be. Here. Where do I put this last one? Right here. There we go. That's a bit better. Also, is the music too loud at all? I'm also paying for my bot. I don't know if you are. No, I'm definitely not. I'm just using a free one. So that would also explain why. Didn't know you had to pay for that bot, actually. Makes sense considering it's, helpful and customizable. Not spoiled chocolate milk. Tastes a lot better. Alrighty. Well, we're here for Doki Doki at least. So let's get some Doki Doki going. Turn radio off, turn game on. Don't worry about it being quiet. Game is quiet until you actually log in. Also, yes, I'm biased as all fuck, that's fine. Let's see now. We were going through side stories, right? Beginning of the Natsuki side story. That should be interesting. I wonder if it'll actually delve into the fact that her father beats her. It's been several weeks since the club had officially started. Also, did I just turn... No, it's just silent here. Huh. Okay. It's been several weeks since the club has officially started. Though their initial setbacks, the 3 club members so far, Monika, Sayori, and Yuri, have increased their collective bond within the club. Sayori has partaken in some of Yuri's high fantasy literature, and all 3 of them, led by Sayori, has taken an interest in poetry. On a day like any other, the 3 of them find themselves suddenly interrupted by the clubroom door opening. And in walks a girl none of them have seen before. Hi. That seems loud. This is also a significantly different type of music than they have before, which kind of fits with Natsuki, considering she is significantly different than most of the people in this club. So, is this just locally loud, or is this stream loud too, is the best question. Because you have a better ear for it, or I guess a better eye for it, even though you wear the eye patch. But you tend to have a, yeah, this is a bit loud. Kind of what I was thinking. Let's just get the actual stream up just so I can check it. Alright, testing 1, 2. Yeah, that should do it. I can turn it up maybe like 2 or 3 more % if we need, but I think that at least keeps the music in the background for everyone. Yuri tugs excitedly at Monika's sleeve. Yuri shifts in her seat and buries her eyes in her book. Oops. Are you here for the literature club? Yeah. Yeah, it's great. Thanks for stopping by. It's kind of a small club still, so it's really exciting to see new faces. Yeah. Come and sit down somewhere. You can sit next to my desk. Yuri prances over to her desk and presses her palms onto it. Oh, and Yuri can make you some tea. Yuri looks up Sayori in protest for having drawn attention to her, obviously. This is also way too loud on my end, too. I guess I just have it... Yeah, I just have it maxed by default. Okay. Let's just turn it down to usual 2% so I can actually hear myself talk. Anyways, we don't need the mouse for this, I don't think. Natsuki suddenly glances at everyone, then sits down next to Sayori. Monika follows by sitting nearby. The sudden gathering prompts Yuri to stand up, deciding that standing in the corner and making tea doesn't sound so bad after all. Look at Yuri being the classic anti-social character. Gotta love it. Okay then, how about we all introduce ourselves? Okay. Well, I'm Monika. I'm the one who started the club. I was originally in the debate club, but, really wanted to do something I felt more passionate about, if that makes sense. So I started Literature Club as a way for people to express themselves through writing or reading or whatever other kinds of literature. I figured it was your club. You have that vibe. Oh, Natsuki's a natural vibe check. Okay, good to know. I have what vibe? Oh, you know, like... Never mind. I'm not gonna judge people I just met like that. That very adult-like of you. I would judge... Wow, Sayori. I always judge people so hard. Oh, no you don't, Sayori. Yes, she does. Yuri's deadpan voice carries across the room, and Natsuki giggles. I'm Sayori. I just like learning about everyone and making friends. Oh, and I also like poetry. Oh yeah? Very adult-like of you. I am an adult. Sound of Yuri's electric kettle steaming up fills the room. Oh, and that's Yuri. Yuri lowers her voice. She's kinda shy, but she's really nice and super smart. She likes big fantasy books and tea, and I love her. Well, I guess that leaves me then. I'm Natsuki. I'm listening to music and hanging out downtown and stuff. And my favorite ice cream flavor is strawberry. Ooh, that's good ice cream. My favorite flavor is probably cookie dough or chocolate. It's cookie dough. And Monica's is probably vanilla. What the heck? I take way too many online quizzes. The ice cream ones are always accurate. What's Yuri's favorite? Natsuki shrugs. Probably green tea. I'm just joking. I have no idea if you're Yuri. Still, it's pretty chill here. Do you just like hang out, or do you actually do club stuff? Ah, well, we do club stuff too. It's just haven't been very structured yet, since we only have 3 people, so we kind of just loosely spend our time doing the stuff we like. But I keep thinking it's about time we start with like something more, with some more structured club activities. That's the wording. It's been a while by now. It's been a while by now? Yeah, it's been a while since I started the club, so yeah. Well, with that being said, what kind of like streaming to Natsuki? Anything you'd like the club to get into? Well, I guess I'm literature. Well, I like manga. Manga? Hey, why'd you say it like that? I want to read manga in the club. Wait, hold on a second. That sounds great. Like, after all I've been doing, all this, Yuri returns to the desks with a tray of teacups, which he sets down on an empty desk. After all of the deep and immersive reading I've been doing, I wouldn't mind doing something a little more simple. Manga isn't simple. If you think that, you just don't understand the nuances. I didn't mean simple like that. Well, anyway, putting manga aside, is there any other kind of literature that you're interested in? Well, no. In that case, have you considered the anime club? Are you serious? I'm not gonna join the anime club. It's full of weird guys. Come on, it's not that big of a deal. Manga's literature, right? I mean, yes, if you consider the literal definition of literature, then technically, I get it. Look, I'll do what club activities you want. Can I please just join? Huh. Angry is actually significantly more shrinked in than I thought. Oh. If I can just, like, keep my manga here and hang out after school, I'll do literally whatever you tell me to do. That's fine, right? I mean, yeah, I guess there's nothing wrong with that. Oh my god, thank you. You're the best. I have most of it crammed in my locker, so I'm just gonna start getting it, okay? Natsuki stands up. And yeah, the anime clubs were always interesting when I was in post-secondary. It's where I met most of my friends anyways, but you can kind of pick up the people you're going to get along with and the people that you aren't going to get along with pretty easily in the anime club. Do you need some help? No, I got it. I don't want you to see my locker. If you say so, but there's no way it's worse than mine. I hope we never find out then. Natsuki exits the club room, leaving everyone in silence, save for the sound of Yuri sipping her tea. I'm such a pushover. Hey, it's not that bad. Natsuki seems to like a lot of fun. Maybe, but I mean, she has like no actual interest in literature, you know? And that's normally fine, but she said she would participate in club activities like it's some kind of obligation. Her tea is going to get cold. Yeah. Wait, that's not related. Well, I think everyone deserves a chance, especially if we bring her happiness. Besides, maybe she'll maybe she'll take a liking to literature. I also like how they're discounting manga as literature. Since, like, I get that it's kind of a faux pas, but by technicality, like, isn't it literature anyways? And hey there, Nana. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully things are going well on your side so far. Also, just to show it off since you're here, but I did a little bit more work. Just a touch. Is that confusing enough to be a mesh shirt?
Or is it maybe a little bit too much? I'm not quite sure. Yes, currently the side stories are plus content. And there are mods for Doki Doki as well? I'll have to look into that. Click on that window just to make sure we're doing it. Yeah, it'll be a bit more of like a punk-inspired outfit once I'm done with it on her. And it'll be like a toggleable thing, so once I have her stuff all set up, I'll make an overlay for Zoira as well. And we'll just kind of have that working on the side. Are you sure you don't want to just read her manga, Sayori? Hey, who do you think I am? Sorry, I didn't mean that. That's not Nano. That's just Leah. Leah also has Toto's emotes. Nan's not here yet. Nan usually doesn't come to Doki Doki just because she doesn't vibe with the themes of Doki Doki. Don't worry, Leah. It is mainly Nan that uses Toto's emotes anyways. Yes, you are becoming more like me. All good there. All good there. More people need to use Toto's emotes anyways, so definitely appreciated that you have some now too, Leah. Kinda weird hearing... Oh.
Right. Whoops. Probably should put the voice mod back on. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit weird going over to Zoira, because I know Nano... Oh, goddammit. Non mentioned that, like, pitch shifting my voice to be a bit more feminine. That's what I can do, at least, for a feminine voice.
Since obviously, once I take the voice filter off, it's not quite perfect or anything.
But, like, pitch shifting it up slightly might help for that. I don't really know. My voice modulator is kind of weird. I just feel really uneasy about this. Do you have an opinion, Yuri? Not particularly. She said she wasn't going to bother anyone. That includes me. So, does that mean I bother you? No, you're a pleasure to be around. I was just fishing for a compliment. Sayori seems significantly more self-absorbed in the side stories than she was in the actual game. But maybe she was still at a point where she needed it, so... I don't know. Bit weird. I know. But still. I really think we should give her a chance. Yeah, alright. But I'm really just gonna start enforcing club activities. I'm willing to cooperate. Suddenly, the three of them hear a thump against the door. What was that? Yuri stands up and walks over to the door and opens it. Thank you. Hearing... Huh? My light flickered? Well, if my light flicker, it's not even that bad. And it's the middle of the day. Let's just turn the AC off just in case. It's not too bad today anyways. Carrying 3 boxes of what is presumably manga, Natsuki grunts and waddles inside before slowly bending over and dropping the stock on the floor as gently as she can. That's quite the collection. Sarah giggles in excitement while catching her breath. Natsuki replies, "There's still 1 more box. I can put them away myself. I know how to organize them." Monika anxiously glances between Suri and Yuri. Is this really okay for the club? Maybe it's what she needs to really kick the club into gear before everyone gets too complacent. It seems like things are finally going to start getting more serious. Yeah, the 4th member, even though she's a manga reader, not a book reader, which apparently is a big enough distinction for Monika. At the next club meeting, Monika is the first to arrive. But ever since Natsuki joined, she feels a lot less relaxed. Why am I so nervous? Monika paces, trying to figure out her feelings. Natsuki said she wasn't going to bother anyone, so why does it feel like the atmosphere has changed so much? While Monika thinks the club opens, revealing Natsuki carrying a singular box. Just silent smiles. Monika forces a smile as Natsuki makes her way to the closet. Natsuki forces one in return. Need help? No, I got it. Monika awkwardly tries to start some kind of conversation, but fails. Curious, she peeks into the closet where Natsuki is stashing all her manga. Once dull with school supplies, the shelves are now vibrant with bright colors and cute-looking artwork. The top shelf is pretty empty. Maybe we could keep it up there? I can't reach up there. That would be so inconvenient. Yeah, but, Monika sighs. The teacher's gonna ask where all this manga is doing here, and I have to tell them it's for the literature club. So, Monika backs off and slumps into a desk. Wow, Monika really does not have a backbone in the side stories at all. She really steps it up for the main game. With this kind of tension, it feels like the relaxed atmosphere accumulating over the past few weeks is being sucked right out of the room. Good afternoon. Yuri spins into the club room. Oh, I see someone's in a good mood. Yeah, because I have this. Siri brandishes a cookie wrapped in plastic. I have some money to get a cookie. Ooh, that's so pretty. As Siri trots over to the closet, the colorful shelves catch her eye. Which one do I start with? Well, you can start by giving me a bite of that cookie. No way! I saved up all my luck to find that money. If you want to enter... Wow. Natsuki, don't go full Shunin on us. If you want entry into my kingdom, you need to pay the tax. Boo. Defeated, Surya unwraps her cookie and breaks off a piece for Natsuki. Then Yuri silently walks in the clubroom. Monika glances at her with pleading eyes. Yuri returns a quick nod of understanding. Well, everyone's here now. Despite the club only having one more person, it somehow feels twice as lively. Okay, so I think today we should go over some potential club activities and see which ones we want to do first. We have 4 members now, so it'd be great if we could find some stuff to do as a group. Does that sound good? I agree. Okay, so I have some ideas of my own, but I want to hear your ideas too. Well, I've been having a lot of fun learning about everyone else's interests. Maybe we can give each person a day to share their favorite kind of literature with everyone else? Well, maybe. Something tells me that Monika glares at Yuri and Natsuki, who both appear very unwilling to even consider each other's interests. Can you imagine early day Yuri just being handed basically Precure? And it's just like, what is this shit? And then just slams it on the floor and spits on it. That's kind of how they want to tell the story with her so far. maybe we can try to come up with something that everyone can enjoy equally. You know, like we all vote on a book to read or something like that. I think we should all collectively try to expand our interests rather than just stick to the things we're familiar with. Why does it feel like I'm being targeted here? Natsuki, didn't you say you would go along with whatever the club wanted you to do? Well, yeah, but that doesn't make it okay for you to ignore everyone else's preferences. I liked Sayori's suggestion. Yeah, me too. Bias. Yeah, but, Monika's voice trails off. Although she just let Natsuki join the club, Monika finds it incredibly difficult to relent to her demands. If Natsuki doesn't respect the club, why should Monika have to yield to Natsuki's opinions on anything? Natsuki, are you sure you don't have any other literature interests you could share with the club? I swear I don't mind if you keep your manga in here, but I just... Natsuki cuts off Monika by suddenly standing up. Well, it's obvious that I'm not wanted here, so I'm just going to leave. But I really would have appreciated you being more upfront about it. Okay, I think you're kind of jumping to conclusions here, but you're free to do whatever you want. Oh, okay, we're getting music change now. So, 50-50 bet. Should I get blush ready, or should I get anger ready? I'm not really sure, but I'm going to assume anger. Natsuki shoots Monika a quick glare before walking straight out of the room. Oh, now we're getting sad. Okay. Oh no. Yuri runs after her, leaving just Monika and Yuri. For the second time today, Monika slumps down into a desk. Why am I such a jerk? No, she's a jerk. She's just making me feel this way. Monika looks up at Yuri, seeking affirmation. Yuri, however, looks away. She probably just went around looking for the smallest club she could find so she doesn't have to participate. How does she expect me to give her respect when she has no respect for the club? Am I wrong, Yuri? I'm not good at these things. Monika sighs. Me neither. I just have no idea what to do. I don't want to hurt anyone, but I feel like it's not wrong to enforce club vision. You know, like, people should join because they want to express their passion for literature, or, you know, develop it. So maybe she's not a good fit for the club after all. Weird. Kind of wondering why my light's flickering so much. It might just be the bulb. Monika sits in silence, afraid to accept the tentative conclusion. Yuri looks tense, but she doesn't seem to want to add anything. You can go back to reading. I know this doesn't concern you. It does. Monika, stop gatekeeping. Yeah, admittedly. Like, manga does have its place in literature. We've kind of gotten to that point this time, at least. It was still kind of relevant when Doki Doki came out in the first place, and probably when it was written too. But I know it's a bit of a stigma, because it's like, oh, it's picture books with words, and it's not actually books that you have to imagine things. I'm guessing it's actually quiet enough now that you can barely hear whatsoever, huh? Maybe about 40%. I guess when the music gets sad, it's fairly quiet, which makes sense, but when it's actually, you know, happy, on the rare chances this game decides to be happy, it's gonna be fairly loud. Might just be awkward audio balancing, but that's fine. It does. It does? How? Well, I just can't comfortably read in an atmosphere where the peace has been disturbed. Oh. Well, great. I'm just ruining the whole club then. That's not an accurate conclusion to make. I know. I'm sorry. I'm just kind of voicing my frustration, and I guess guilt. It's like my frustration wants to blame her, but my guilt wants to blame me. Why is it hardest to be rational during times when you need it the most? I don't think you're being irrational. I think Natsuki is. She has no authority to walk in here and make demands of the club. Your club. Sometimes, as ridiculous as manga has no place here, the fact that you're even storing it for her should make her completely indebted to you. Well, I mean, you're right, but I don't know, isn't it kind of just harsh to say things like it's ridiculous and has no place here? Do you not feel the same way? You've been doing everything you can to avoid associating the club with it, so I assumed you felt the same way about it. But that's not true. Well, that's not true, but recalling your confrontations with Natsuki, a realization starts to set in. You may be right. I mean, if it was anything besides manga, would I really be acting like this? Maybe I'm just here convincing myself it has nothing to do with manga, and I'm really upset that I wouldn't let myself do that. With a sigh, Monica walks over to the closet. She finds herself staring at the colorful shelves. It's just, this really wasn't what I had in mind for a club about literature. There shouldn't be anything wrong with that. Monica starts defending her position once again. It's a complicated issue that Monica had failed to consider before now. Where's the line drawn in what's considered literature? Lost in thought, she reaches into one of the larger box sets and pulls a volume, inspecting it for no particular reason. The cover features 4 girls striking cute and exaggerated poses, all dressed in short skirts. Oh. You know, I was kind of joking about it being Precure, but maybe it is just knockoff Precure. Yeah, I mean, amused by the absurdity of the cover, Monica opens the book. And then she reads it for days. Oh, and why did we get a new picture? Oh, we got the Natsuki background. And we also got something else. What else did we get? Oh, I guess the notification just doesn't go away until we're out of the menu. And obviously we're going to get that other song, which... Play this. Please. There we go. Let's see here. That should unlock Chapter 2 of Respect. Yeah. Kinda weird that I have to reset up the music every single time, but oh well. Sucks. Why is Monica being such a jerk? She should be grateful that I even joined her stupid club. It's not like she can find any members. But Monica's usually really nice. She cares too much about everyone in the club being happy. Yeah, right. Well, she usually does. Maybe when she's not busy being so judgmental. So what if I'm into manga? Why can't just one person accept that instead of being so condescending about it? Oh, whoops. Right, that's the problem with the multicolor thing. They can get a little bit out of hand. I believe I can do orange. Closer, but that's more yellow. Why can't one person just accept that and being so condescending about it? I accept it. I think it's cute. Oh, come on, that's condescending too. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I just want to support you. Natsuki sighs. I know. Thanks. It just really sucks. Do you want me to talk to Monica? I don't know. It's not like it's going to change her opinion of me. But even if you were to convince her to back off, that wouldn't suddenly make me feel like I'm actually welcome in the club. I could just find another club. Wait, you don't have to do that. We can figure this out, please? I mean, I'm the vice president, or at least I think I am. And I don't want you to leave. Everyone deserves to feel welcome and to be happy, so I want to make that happen for you. I was just wondering, though, what was the reason that you decided to join the literature club? Well, Natsuki hesitates. It's kinda dumb. Aw, don't say that. There's no such thing as a dumb reason when everyone's welcome. I wasn't welcome. You were me. You were to me. So, just don't tell anyone, okay? Especially Monika. I promise. Natsuki sighs. I'm just tired of everyone judging me all the time. I can't enjoy the stuff I'm into without people making snotty comments about it. Not that I care what everyone else thinks, Baka. But you know, the signs of literature clubs say that you can be yourself or whatever. So I decided that it was at least worth a shot. But that was a lie, apparently. Natsuki dejectedly kicks the toe of her shoe against the wall. Oh, and I like writing too. Really? How come you didn't say that to Monika? Because she was being so judgmental that I didn't just want to tell her something she wanted to hear. Didn't deserve that kind of satisfaction. Yeah, that's kind of the issue with the side stories. They're going to be a bit too relatable for people who have to deal with these situations, but that's why they're here. It's to explain why they were the way they were before Monika started tampering with data. And if she knew I was into writing, then she would just be like everyone else, and trying to push me away from manga in favor of more mature things. The two of them remain silent for a while. Suri understands that it's not out of the question for Natsuki to return to the club room for today, at least. But Natsuki has a reason for wanting to join the club, just like everyone else. It's part of the club vision for her to be welcome. You deserve to express yourself as much as everyone else does. Supposed to be what the club is for. So, I'm gonna do everything I can to fix this. Oh, excuse me. I promise. This is just gonna be like one finale where Monika and Natsuki actually talk, isn't it? It's lunchtime the next day. The cafeteria and hallways are bustling with students rushing to meet with their friends and make the most of their limited break time. Where else could she be? Among them is Monika, who always eats lunch in her classroom, but she has some additional business today. Fearing Natsuki would avoid coming to the club, Monika decided to try and find her during lunch so that she could make amends. Oh, she's actually gonna try. Okay. We'll need to stay hydrated during this because we're basically going till I'm done and we have like 8 of these to go through. After searching for an extensive time, Monika finally spots her. Despite her short stature, Natsuki's bright hair helps her stand out in front of the crowd. Oh gosh. Suddenly feeling awkward, Monika is afraid to get closer. That is perfectly understandable. I tend to be scared of small children as well. Natsuki is with some friends who Monika doesn't recognize, and they're all energetically chatting together. It'd be really tactless just to interrupt them. Huh. They actually got like a different shadow for her friends. Oh yeah, did you end up joining the literature club or what? Oh, of course I joined, why wouldn't I? I told you she'd join. Come on, you not only joined because you wouldn't stop giving her crap about the anime club. I told you I never even wanted to join that stupid club. Oh, sure. Well, you have to give her some credit for at least making an effort to finally grow past that trap. True. Well, congrats on finally graduating middle school, Natsuki. We're so proud of you. Shut up and let me just do my thing. I'm just joking. You know we love you. Yeah, if the Literature Club makes you a famous writer, we'll be the first ones to buy your book. What, you're gonna buy her smutty fanfiction? Well, obviously, I want a signed copy. That was like years ago, Oh, what? They're supposed to be in high school, right? And Natsuki's supposed to be the youngest one. She was writing smut, like, when she was 12. You don't think I've grown out of it by now? Although she was probably just writing fan fiction when she was 12. Well, maybe not writing, maybe drawing, but not writing. I just told you I was joking. Besides, it's a good reminder of how far you've come since then. Not to mention, you couldn't have done it without us. That gives us a pass to joke about it. Yeah, sure. They grow up so fast, it brings a tear to my eye. Natsuki suddenly glances in Monika's direction, prompting Monika to quickly turn away and to distance herself. Oh, that's gonna fucking help Monika. What the heck? That was horrible. I should have said something to defend her. Why do I have to be so conflict avoidant? Not that I deserve to say anything, it's hardly better than them after the way I treated her. I'm awful, I'm not doing anything right. After school ends, Monika distractedly makes her way to the club room. She finds Yuri already inside, eyes on a book as usual. Monika takes the desk and slumps into it, something she seems to be doing rather often lately, almost like depression sucks or something. Yuri, I don't think I can be club president. I suck at handling anything that doesn't go, like, exactly my way. Yuri looks up from her book. It's like, the literature club is a place where you get to express yourself, unless it's in a way I don't like. I'm just so mad at myself. And I'm especially mad that I don't have the self-confidence, or, well, that was not the reading there. And I'm especially mad that I didn't have the self-reflection skills to realize what I was doing. So much for maturity. Sorry, I really shouldn't be complaining out loud like this. There's just a lot on my mind. No. I enjoy listening. Really? Why? Yuri shrugs. It just makes me feel nice. Well, okay. I guess I'll just continue then. Yeah, that's kinda strange, right? Is that strange? If you're stuck in your own head enough, hearing about other people's problems to relate to them is actually a better thing, isn't it? That's where they're going with this. This is true. Yeah, I was just kind of coming up with that fact. A lot of people just like... Some people like getting it out there. Some people are fine with listening it because it helps them balance out their own issues. That kind of doesn't fuck in my head all the time, unfortunately. Yuri nods. Yeah. Well, Natsuki has kind of blunt attitude, you know? It made me feel like she wasn't taking the club seriously, and I couldn't even figure out why she wanted to join. I saw her friends talking to her in the hallway during lunch, and they were just so mean to her. Telling her to grow up and stuff like that, the literature club would help her grow out of her manga. It just made me so mad, like, just let her enjoy what makes her happy. Why are you trying to take that away from her? And when I had thought that it would just come to a realization, it was kind of doing the same thing, just in a roundabout way. I should have just made her feel good about being passionate about something, but I just dismissed it. No, I was actually trying to avoid acknowledging it at all. I even did that with you, Yuri. When you first joined the club? You did? Yeah, I remember fantasy isn't really my thing, so I was trying to dismiss it, but then Sayori jumped in and took over the conversation. I should have just reflected on that, but I didn't, because I just let Sayori handle it instead. And now I'm repeating the same mistake, except I really hurt someone this time. Good job, Monika. Monika shakes her head. I'm just so tired of being afraid of things I'm not comfortable with. It's so stupid. Like, I can just picture how much joy it would bring Natsuki if I just let her share her passion. Well, I'm so angry that her friends were treating her like that. Like, I'm gonna get them back for it. Get them back. Yeah, I'm gonna stab them. I'll get them back by making sure this literature club that Natsuki wants, not the one that they want. Suddenly, Sayori bursts through the door, making Monika and Yuri jump. With a rare stern face, she muscles over to Monika's desk and sits down next to her. I'm having an intervention. Okay, Monika's on drugs, good to know. I can do that because I'm the vice president. Is this about Natsuki? Yes. Yeah, I know. I messed up. I'm super sorry. I was just talking to Yuri about it. Really? I was so dismissive on her passion that she felt threatened and probably just unwelcome. Literally the opposite of what the Literature Club is supposed to be. I really just need to make it up to her. Oh. Yay, did it! Thanks for the intervention, Siri. I'm glad we're on the same page. Friendship wins again. So, how do you want to make it up to her? I have a plan. Siri, do you know if Natsuki is coming to the club meeting today? I don't think she is. I see. Monaco's afraid of that, not because of her plan, but because she's facing the consequences of the damage she's inadvertently caused. But the only way to do it the right thing is to face it head on. It's so easy to just duck away from conflict and wait for it to blow over, mood. But that's not enough. To truly respect someone's feelings after you've hurt them is to face them and admit your wrongdoing. Not the wrongdoing of mismanaging the club, the wrongdoing of disrespecting Natsuki's feelings. Okay, do you think you can get her to come to the meeting tomorrow? I can do that. Okay, awesome. Yuri, you don't have to worry about anything, but thank you for being my friend. You're a good listener. Fidgeting with her hair, Yuri turns away to hide a smile. Well, I guess that's it for today. It's going to be a pretty quiet club meeting. I'm going to step out for a bit. Is that okay? Yeah, I'm just going to read with Yuri. Hey, is this one of Natsuki's books? How come it's out here? Yuri picks up a manga that was resting on the adjacent desk. Oh, that, Natsuki probably just left it out by accident. But I thought she hasn't been coming to the club? Actually, Monika's been... Okay, Yuri, I'm sure it was just someone else who was using the classroom then. Okay. Okay. Monika smiles at them both. Then with a wave, she exits the club room. Monika's like, Yuri, please shut the fuck up. I really shouldn't have left that out. If Stuart catches on, she'll definitely tell Natsuki, and that would really get awkward. Now, I wonder if there's a keyboard I could borrow from the music room? Oh yeah, right, 'cause she's practicing piano. The time has come for the next club meeting has already arrived. Monika and Yuri are the first to arrive. I'm just so worried. Do you think Sayori is going to be able to bring Natsuki? Yes. How do you know? Well, she's Sayori. You know, you're right. Time slowly passes. Monika sits and stands up to pace around, then sits again. Yuri's eyes don't move from her book. Then, the door finally opens. Yuri marches inside. Behind her, Natsuki shuffles inside, nervously looking around the room. We're here! Welcome back. Monika, the club president, stands up and greets them with a smile. Yuri picks a desk and takes a seat. Natsuki sits closely next to her. Looking back and forth between the club members, Monika is struck with a nostalgic feeling. She would stand at the front of the clubroom just like this, struggling to picture just who may eventually be sitting before her. But imagination was never enough to predict just how unique and diverse each member would be. Each with her own struggles, her own reasons for seeking the vision that Monika had admittedly so vaguely averted. Seeking trust, understanding, respect. What new lessons will the future hold for Literature Club? Realizing that she's getting ahead of herself, Monika just takes a deep breath and turns to the present. Good job, Monika. Self-reflection is always important. Okay, everyone. Literature Club is starting. We have an activity planned for today. Monika turned around to face the chalkboard. On it she writes manga in big letters. Today, we're going to learn from the expert about a unique form of literature, manga. Oh, come on! Isn't this kind of forced? I know you don't actually want to do this, so just... Monika shakes her head. Natsuki, this is the hardest part. After making it this far, it would not be easy where it would be so easy just to smile and move on. But that's not enough. Not this time. I'm sorry. It was wrong of me not to take you seriously when you were just kind enough to show interest in my club. I thought about it. I realized how biased I was against manga. It caused me to disrespect you, and I'm sorry. But I think you deserve to be able to share your passion with us. So, can I make it up to you? Well, thanks, but I know you're only doing this because Sayori told you to. Wait, that's not true. Monica planned this all by herself. I didn't even get a chance to talk to her. I was, a witness to that as well. This is the Literature Club. The Literature Club's a place where everyone gets to be themselves. We all have our own interests and our differences. It's my vision that lets us freely express that. And it's my goal to respect everyone for them. So I just want to learn about the things that make you happy. And I think that you deserve to share that joy as much as everyone else does. Is that okay? Natsuki looks away and hesitates. But, oops. It's really dumb, the stuff I'm into. Monica smiles. That? There we go. She kneels in front of Natsuki's desk, looking her straight in the eyes. If you like it, then it's not dumb. Oh, except for me. Sayori, you're not dumb either. You guys are so weird. Fine, I'll show you some of my manga, only because you admitted it's literature. Natsuki stands up. Oh yeah, I didn't say this before, but I'm actually into writing too. I'm like kind of a pro. But I didn't want you to like me for just that. Wow, really? I really did have you all wrong, Natsuki. Yeah, whatever. Today's not about that anyway, right? It's about manga. So, you're ready? Okay. That's a good way to say, oh, we're not done. A week has passed since Natsuki returned to Literature Club. Since then, the club activities have been in full swing. Each club member had received a day in the spotlight to share all of their favorite kinds of literature with each other. As another meeting draws to a close, Monica approaches Natsuki on the way out. Natsuki, are you in a hurry home or anything? Me? Not particularly. Why? There was just something I wanted to show you if you had a few minutes. Sure. What is it? It's not in here. Can you just follow me to the music room? The music room? Why? Well, you'll see. You know, I like this setup for the music room, actually. Wow, they even have a grand piano in, like, a public school classroom. Well, not a grand piano, but, like, a full, actual piano. Or no, I'm thinking difference between organ and grand piano, sorry. But they don't have just, like, the dinky Kawasaki keyboard in there. That must have been a bitch to get in the classroom. When the club was just me and Sayori, we would talk about how we envisioned the club to turn out. We cared a lot about it being a place that people could express themselves, and she said something strange to me. She said I was trying to make the club that I needed for myself, more than anyone. But I think it wasn't until you joined that I fully understood that, because you really taught me a lot about myself, like things that I was probably always too stubborn to admit. Oh, come on, you can't mean that. I didn't even do anything. I just, like, brought a bunch of manga, and then I got fussy when I didn't have my way. It was really stupid of me to make such a big deal out of it. No, honestly, I needed it. If you didn't express that you were hurt, I never would have realized that I did something wrong. Besides, your feelings are valid. They deserve to be heard and to be respected. It's really hard to feel that way sometimes. You know, like, I really shouldn't care about what other people think in the first place. But when you're just criticized by everyone around you for being a certain way, it can really just get hard to brush it off. And it makes me start to feel like I'm the problem. I'm not doing enough to please everyone else. Am I being too entitled? If I just want people to like me without me having to hide a bunch of stuff about myself? I don't think I am. I guess I just have base pink anyways. Also, it's a weird swap that apparently pink and the white coloration seem to go into tan. So odd. I just wish that some people would try to appreciate me for who I actually am. As Monica listens, she recalls vividly how Natsuki's friends were treating her, and how naturally they did so. How long has she been fighting against that, refusing to change for others? I could only wish I was as strong as you are, Natsuki. You're so honest with yourself. I'm like, always trying to come off as perfect for other people. Anytime there's like a hint of contention, I just absolutely crumble. But it's thanks to you that I really started to think about that stuff. You really inspired me to start working on it. But, well, like I said, I didn't even do anything. You're just being yourself, and that's all you needed to do. Also, there is something else. Monica takes a breath. The thing is, I might have read a little bit of your manga. What? You? What the heck? Why didn't you even tell me? I'm sorry, I just felt like it was kind of embarrassing to admit it after I gave you such a hard time about it. I can't believe you, of all people, was reading a manga behind my back. That's so funny. Yeah, well, I just flipped through one of them out of curiosity, but I ended up reading a whole bunch of it. But I mean, one of the characters was in a literature club. What are the chances, right? You were reading Parfait Girls? Wow, you have good taste. Just one volume. And I kind of just picked it out randomly. Well, you have good intuition, then. You have to tell me all of your favorite parts. Well, I think it was some kind of weird fate. Because the character isn't just in the literature club, she also plays piano. It's just weird because I've always wanted to learn piano. She was like the perfect person that I always wished I was. If I just did what I wanted instead of always second guessing myself. And we should get the CG off that, right? Monica walks over to the piano and sits down. Yep. That looks good. I always felt like I should only share the absolutely best parts of myself. The parts that'll impress people or make them like me more. But after you joined the club, I really realized how self-destructive that mentality is. We share things because we want to express ourselves. Sharing experiences allows us to share emotions. And I just felt like I wanted to show you this, because it wasn't for you, I never would have started playing. Hey, I think that credit goes to the Parfait Girls, not me. No. Well, maybe it's true the Parfait Girls put the thought into my head, but it was still you that inspired me to keep practicing every day. Every day? Because, you know, you just make me feel like if I wasn't doing something, I should just do it. I mean, I still haven't been practicing for very long, and I'm really not that good at it yet, like Apple. But I wrote the song for the club, and I worked really hard on it. Doesn't have any words or anything, but, well, yeah. And we get it, too. Okay. And then we get the flashback sequences, because this is basically a flashback song. I like that. Also, not good my ass, Monica. This is pretty decent for like a beginner piano player. It's not like quick or anything, but it's definitely a good starting point. Yeah, not good my ass. Monica's the perfectionist. We kind of went over that in the first 2 chapters. So self-doubt's probably her problem. That's all. Oh, whoops, I clicked on OBS. That was so good. It was. Yeah, are you kidding? You're already like a pro. Not even close. Does the song have a name? You said it was about the club, so, yeah. I called it My Song, Your Note, because everyone brings something so unique to the club. It's completely different from how I was first imagining, I think. But I was, like, such a selfish perfectionist. It shouldn't be about me, it should be about everyone. And it's all of you who helped me shape the club into what it is. I would never change that. Well, I think that's really thoughtful and kind of flattering. I kind of feel like I don't deserve this much validation. Wasn't exactly very patient either when I first joined the club. Makes me feel like I should probably apologize too. I think I was just really fed up with a lot of things and got frustrated after not getting my way in the club. So, yeah. Really didn't mean to take it on you. I was just really being immature. And if you get my stubborn butt to apologize, I guess you're doing something right. Yeah, it's fine to pass it too. I think I'm past it too. I think we're already even. But it's really sweet you're thinking about it. It takes a lot of maturity to reflect on that kind of thing. Well, I wonder who I got it from. Oh, never mind. Well, anyway, for even as long as you let me keep my manga in the club room, you did admit that as a form of literature, you totally can't take that back now. You got me. Closet's all yours. If I tell you what, I'll tell you what. I'll bring in a little something for the club tomorrow. I want to do something nice in return. What kind of little something? Oh, you'll see. But I don't think you'll be disappointed. The next club meeting ends up being a particularly tasty one. Okay, we don't actually get like a full description of the fact she brings cupcakes to the meeting. Makes sense. But now we'll also have My Song, Your Note, which I think we can also add into there. And now we just always have that available. So you can only unlock the song by going through side stories. That's actually kind of nice. And we should get... I mean, yeah. Perfectionist Monica. And then slightly more detailed chitties of all 4. That's not too bad. What else do we get here? Don't get anything for nuts. Oh no, we get this, obviously. And then we get the music room background, which is good. And that's about it for now. There's probably other things that we're missing in terms of, like, unlocking content, just because there were a lot of, like, secrets in the main game and all that, but... OMG. This was day before this, so... Okay, who's responsible for creating a Twitter account for Monica? I think it's hilarious, but for God's sake, don't tell Paula. Hey, we get 404 in a microsecond. Are you just relaying her tweets manually, or did you code some kind of pass-through layer to automate it? Based on the contents of this tweet, example, not screaming for help, I assume they're coming from the control simulation. Jesus, they definitely had some with Monica. I'm a bit curious as to when we get to the start, because we're obviously going, like, back in the days doing this. And I have a feeling it was just by doing the side stories as to why it's doing that, but we've got 6 to go, so let's keep going. I'm assuming this will probably take me 5 hours with how long these are, but we'll have to see. Natsuki. While Natsuki's messing around with the orientation of her manga on the closet shelves, Sayori approaches from behind and pulls her into an embrace. Ah, what? Hi. The Literature Club has been in full swing since Natsuki joined. Including her, the club is now comprised of 4 members: Sayori, Natsuki, Yuri, and Monika. Each club member has received a day in the spotlight to share all of their favorite kinds of literature with each other. Natsuki was first and shared her passion for manga, then Sayori shared her love for poetry as well as how she goes about writing it herself. Monika, who has multiple literary interests, decided to focus her day on short stories, and Yuri managed to demonstrate her obsession with fantasy with a little help and encouragement from Sayori. After the week was spent on presentation, Monika decided to give the club members this next week to freely explore each other's literary interests. Yuri, having spent most of her time in the club so far with Yuri's fantasy books, is rather excited to begin her journey into Natsuki's manga collection. I want to read with you today. Tell me which one I should pick. Also, this is probably happier music, so it's probably a bit loud, isn't it? Yeah, that's decently loud. I'll just turn it down a smidge, just that way my voice can always come over it. Oh. I mean, there's like romance, drama, comedy, mystery. I like all of those things. Jerry reaches out and pulls a rank book from the shelf and inspects the cover. Shouldn't this girl be wearing more clothes? You wouldn't like that one. What the hell is Natsuki reading? Natsuki snatches the book from Sayori's hand and replaces it on the shelf in a less conspicuous location. Okay, well, if you really have no preference, then let's just start with something that's easy to get into. A lot of these don't start out really good until like a few volumes in, and I wouldn't ask someone to make that kind of commitment if they're already into really manga. I can handle it. I did it with Yuri's book at least. Well, I'm more considerate than that. Although I'm kind of impressed by your attention span if you put that much effort into her books. No, I have the attention span of a donut. My friends, and I can do anything that's for them. Well, okay then. Let's pick you something that even donuts can read. I didn't say I was a donut, I just said I had the attention span of one. Aw, were you just trying to call me sweet? You're so cute. No, how did you get that from the confusion? Or how'd you get to that conclusion? And don't call me that. A donut? Cute. Aw, how come? I just don't like it. I don't need a reason. Natsuki yanks the book out from the shelf and closes the closet door. If someone asks you to stop, then you just need to stop. People need to realize that. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. Nah, sorry. It wasn't you. Natsuki shakes her head while pulling a second chair over to her desk. I was talking about something else. I didn't mean to get angry at you all of a sudden. Natsuki averts her gaze and mumbles. You're like... Well, you're a nice person, so I wasn't talking about you. I still learned a valuable lesson. Yuri speaks softly as well, feeling shy after receiving the unexpected compliment. Well, anyway, here's the book, so just start it whenever you feel like it. What's it about? Well, it's like a comedy, and there's romance too, obviously. Sayori looks at the book. It's called Love in Another World. Love is another word for luck. Love is another word for luck. That can have some very, very deep meaning to it, if you look at it in certain ways. It's about a girl who keeps accidentally running into the same guys, and then you find out, like, well, you should just read it. But you have to tell me what you think. I can already guess who you're going to ship yourself with. It would be funny if I'm right. Yeah. I don't get it. Never mind, let's not worry about that yet. Just make sure you tell me what you think. Oh, okay. I'll start then. Maybe tomorrow we can do poetry too. Oh, yeah, I guess. But don't you want to finish this first? Yeah, but we can do both. I mean, unless you don't like poetry, then I won't make you, or anything. No, it's just... Well, never mind, we can worry about it tomorrow. After the club meeting ends and Natsuki and Yuri leave, Monika strikes up a conversation with Sayori. I see you got Natsuki to share some of her manga with you. I really want to become better friends with her. She's so enthusiastic and expressive. I could just listen to her talk. She's so... I'm not sure if she meant anything. Or, I'm not sure if she meant I can't say that to her, or if I just can't say it at all. Say what? Nothing. I'm a woman of respect. But Natsuki is a woman of cute. Oh, I said it. Aw. What's so bad about that? I don't know. But, you know, there's one thing I'm kind of worried about. Sometimes I'm afraid that Natsuki doesn't really like me very much. Oh, that's ridiculous. How come you feel that way? Well, I mean, just little signs, like how she only says hi to me after I say hi to her first. And it feels like she only gets excited to talk to me when it's about manga and other stuff she likes. She just seems dismissive a lot. She was like that when I brought up poetry. Yeah, but that doesn't mean she doesn't like you. She's probably just shy, you know? Maybe. My stupid heart is just making me worry for no reason. It likes to do that. It's okay. Try not to worry so much. Everything will be great. But you can always talk to me about any concerns you have. I'm here to help. You're the best. Yuri gives Monika a quick hug. Well, I'm gonna keep trying because I love her and I want to get closer to her. You got this. Probably a good idea to just take a drink during all these black screens, to be honest. Ooh. After the next club meeting starts, Sayori gets the last one as usual. Running into the classroom, she sees Natsuki sitting alone by the closet, reading what must be manga. Without hesitation, Sayori pulls up a chair and plops herself right next to Natsuki. Hi! Hi. So what you reading? Can I read it with you? And Natsuki pulls the book away from Sayori. You can't just start in the middle. There are spoilers. Besides, what about the one I gave you yesterday? Sorry, I was just curious. Well, anyways, I've been waiting forever for this volume to come out, and it just came out yesterday, so... Oh, that's exciting. Well, I'll let you read it then. Mm-hmm. Can I sit next to you, though? Sure. Sayori plops herself down next to Natsuki, then pulls out a blank sheet of paper. Natsuki reads it in silence, save for the period... Oops. Natsuki reads in silence, save for the periodic flutter of a page being released from beneath her thumb. From Sayori's side, only the light tapping noise of her pen meeting the paper can be heard. Time passes. Sayori's paper is filled with scribbles, and the margins are lined up with stick figures. Natsuki lets out a deep sigh and closes her book. Oh, did you finish? No, but it's a good stopping point. My head is swimming. I just need a break. Natsuki stretches her arms. Aren't you bored? No, I was writing. Oh, I saw all the stick figures and thought you were just bored. I just draw those when I'm thinking or waiting for inspiration. I made friends with them all. This one is sad because she just thinks the night sky is pretty, but she can't look at the stars in public without everyone thinking she's a weirdo. And this one has problems with his back, but the doctors can't figure out what's wrong with him. What the heck? You're the weirdo. Want to read the poem I'm working on? Sure, I guess. Yuri slides the paper over to Natsuki. As Natsuki reads the poem, she furrows her eyebrows. She slides the paper back towards over Sayori. Don't you ever feel weird just sharing all of your thoughts and feelings like that? I mean, your poems are, like, really emotional. Is that bad? Well, no, it was just an observation. I think people can get closer to each other if they can find ways of expressing their feelings. Well, Natsuki begins to protest, but she can't find a good way of putting her thoughts into words. Doesn't that depend more on the kinds of friends you have? I don't know. Each their own, but I've never met anyone I feel comfortable sharing my poems with. Not that it's you, it's just how I am. So, you write poems? You never told me that. I just thought you wrote other stuff. Yeah, that too, but you should. I mean, would you ever want to share? Like I said, I don't do that. But, can we talk about something else? I'm sorry. Not your fault, it just makes me uncomfortable. I can't help it. Still, I'm sorry. It's fine. Well, let's move on to something else that makes both of us happy. I should continue the book you gave me since I didn't get very far yet. Sure. Over the next few days, Juri begins each club meeting by approaching Natsuki with unwavering enthusiasm. It's Natsuki! Natsuki! Hi, Natsuki! This is getting quite awkward, Sayori. Sometimes you gotta know when to not push. But at the end of one of the club meetings, Monika, who has become rather invested in Sayori's friendship mission, starts an innocuous conversation with Natsuki while she packs up. It's cool you've been finding time to spend with Sayori. She was pretty excited for the chance to read manga with you. Yeah. And I'm sure you've been enjoying the chance to share it too, right? Yeah, mostly. Natsuki glances over her shoulder, but doesn't reply further. What's on your mind? Nothing. I don't talk about people behind their backs. Oh. Natsuki falls silent, but she just fidgets instead of getting back to what she was doing, as though she wants to say more. It's okay for you to share your feelings. That's different from talking about someone behind their back. I mean, I guess. I just hate when people talk about me behind my back, so I'm better than to do it to others. I don't see it usually spelled out that way, but sure. Monika shares a bright smile. You're really considerate. Thanks, I guess, but it doesn't feel like it. You can trust me. Natsuki stands in silence for a moment, still fidgeting. I just feel smothered sometimes. I'm not used to someone being like all over me right after we meet. I mean, it's fun to hang out with her, but I just have no control over the pace, and I can't just meet someone and instantly become best friends with them and like share everything about myself. That's not how it works. I just want to chill out sometimes. Oh, I didn't realize that was happening. It's fine, why would you have? I know, I just feel bad about it. I know Sayori, so I should have realized. Monika navigates through a tinge of guilt, but which has surfaced mainly due to her being the one who previously encouraged Sayori's behavior. Despite not knowing the situation, Monika can't help but feel just a little bit responsible. Do you want me to talk to her about it? No, I wouldn't like that. Well, I don't know, I could, like, divert her into another club activity for you or something. No way, that'd be underhanded and mean. Sorry, I didn't think that one through. Besides, just because I complained about it doesn't mean I'm asking for someone to solve my problems for me. True? I'm sorry. I guess I just instinctively wanted to try solving your problems. No, that's not how that works. I guess I just instinctively want to try to solve problems, even if I haven't been invited to. So Monika sticks her nose into everything. Gotcha. It's fine. I would talk to Sayori about it, but it would make things really weird between us. I feel like it would just make her constantly be afraid that she's bothering me. I don't know how to just keep things natural. Well, I think if you do a good job expressing your feelings, she would totally understand. Sayori really wants to be the best she can be for other people, and I think she'd actually be happy that you want to improve your friendship with her. Maybe. It just feels so dumb. Talking to someone about how you how to be friends with them. It's just weird and not cool. Monika shrugs. It's the literature club. Then she mumbles through a stifled laugh. It's not the cool club. Sorry, that just tickled me for some reason. Look, I know you're kind of in a tough spot, and that's hard for you to really express yourself, but you really demonstrated to me that you're great at self-reflection and critical thinking, even if it doesn't feel like it's you. I think that's the most important part of being able to navigate through these things, so I believe that you'll find the right thing to do. Well, Natsuki instinctively tries to reject the compliment, but she can't find any excuse to do so. Thanks. Natsuki gathers her things, and then she finishes her thought in a mumble. And I'm still glad I joined the club, even if it is weird sometimes. Monika smiles, but Natsuki turns her back and walks away before waiting for a reply. It was an unusual way for Natsuki to express her appreciation, but Monika knew what she meant. It made Monika feel like everything really was going to be okay. Okay. And we do get new music for that? I don't know what new music, because it doesn't actually give you, like, the pink dot on the playlist page at all. But we have new music somewhere. Also, is there any way to, like, set this to just play once you're on the desktop? Settings? Data collected 74%. Okay. We're doing a good chunk of it, but yeah, we're at 230 already. Balance part 2. I'm gonna be mostly worried once we get to the last one called self-love, because that's the main problem that I have to deal with. It's lunchtime. Sayori, who usually buys her lunch, is making her way to the cafeteria like any other day. The clamor and bustle of the students is drowned by Sayori's impeccable skill of zoning out. However, her imagination is momentarily interrupted by the glimpse of a familiar pink-haired girl. Hey, that's Natsuki. I never entered other club members during the school. Natsuki. Sayori stands on her tiptoes and waves. Natsuki, who's busy walking and chatting with her friends, doesn't notice Sayori at first. Then she glances over in Sayori's direction. Sayori waves enthusiastically. Ah. Following her friends, Natsuki quickly ducks around the corner. Hey. She definitely saw me. Ah. Monika's the first to arrive at the club meeting, then Natsuki. Sayori, having glanced through the window to see Natsuki already inside, is unable to work up enough courage to enter. Natsuki's been so distant with me. I was stupid to think she ever wanted to be friends. She only got excited because she got to share her manga. But aside from that, she doesn't even like me. I should just go home today. Sorry, but do you plan on going inside? No. Why? I'm sulking. Oh. Well, I'm sorry for bothering you. Excuse me. No, don't leave me. Oh, I'll stay here, then. I don't want to go in. I'm afraid to bother Natsuki. I saw her at lunch today, so I waved and called up to her, but instead of saying hi, she just ran away from me. Really? Not bad. Hey! Sorry. I'm sorry, that was a joke. It just sounded like something stupid that I would do. From anxiety. From anxiety? Well, I just don't like attention being drawn to myself. Oh. Well, that makes sense based on the person you are. But Natsuki isn't shy like that at all. Oh, not at all. It's not like she's wearing a happy persona or anything to hide any of her anxiety. Who would ever do that? I thought we were friends, but it feels like every day she's just trying to distance herself more instead of getting closer. Makes me feel like she was only spending time with me during the club because I was reading manga, but she doesn't actually want to be friends with me. Well, I feel like I'm missing a lot of context here. Was she in the middle of anything when you approached her? No, she was just walking with her friends. With her friends. Yuri pauses for a moment. How do I put this? Yuri, you're very fond of your friends, right? You always want to be spending time with them? Of course. I don't think there's anything more important to me. I mean, the best part of my days are always with my friends. Besides that, I really hate being alone, so... You hate being alone? Yuri nods. We're very different people. I cherish my time alone. I wouldn't trade it for anything. So, I think, well, if I was trying to have some alone time, and it wasn't being threatened with an interruption, then it just would not make me very happy. Yeah, but that doesn't have to do with Natsuki. She's already with her friends, not trying to be alone or anything. No. I think it's similar. It's, well, we're all friends in the club, but we have our own lives outside of the club as well. If you think about it, making new friends isn't some casual occurrence that happens on a daily basis. A friendship is an invitation to intervene when you live together. But the capacity at which each person is ready to do that might be different. There are friends who just like to have fun together, and others who talk every day and share every detail of their lives with each other. I think when establishing a friendship, it's important to consider the comfort level of the other person. I mean, we don't really know that much about Natsuki's life outside the club. It could be that she simply needs to make friends at her own pace rather than jump headfirst into a new commitment. But that means I really was bothering her. I just really wanted to be a good friend with her, so I treated her like one. Was I actually hurting her? I don't know. I'm sorry. My insight was really only based on what I understand, or on what I understand about my own needs. And Natsuki and I are completely different, so why was I so selfish? Even if all of that is true, then I'm still means I hurt her. I think I messed up. Okay, I saw the text. Yuri, with you, I think I was really careful to understand your needs when I was becoming friends with you, but I wasn't careful at all with Natsuki because you already seemed really social. I just took control of everything instead of looking for the right balance. Now I hurt her and she doesn't even want to talk to me. How could I let myself do this? Sayori? I think that, well, there was one time you told me something about the way I saw things in my head being different from reality. Sneezes. It's easy to automatically jump to the worst case scenario, but I think it's more likely that Natsuki doesn't harbor any ill feelings towards you. So I think if we were to realistically consider the situation and how it would cause someone to feel, I'm bad at this, I'm sorry. You're a lot better than me at things like comforting and reassuring people. Suddenly, Sayori gives Yuri a gentle hug. You're the best, Yuri. I'm sorry for burdening you with this. You were just trying so hard for me. You're such a sweetheart. It's not a burden. I enjoy listening to others. And my friends deserve happiness. Yuri beams. Well, I think I'm just gonna give Natsuki some space. She should do what she wants. And if she still does want to be friends, then I'll learn her needs and I'll match her boundaries. Yeah, I'm sure that's what's best. I couldn't feel so awful and guilty. It makes me feel desperate, like I need to make it up to her by trying to make her happy. But that's not what she needs. I'll just have to tell myself that. It hurts, but I guess that means I still need to grow. I really want to grow as a person. If it's to be better for my friends, I want to do that. That's very mature of you, Sayori. I'm mature. Sayori pops up and down on her toes. So, does that mean you'll be going home after all? Sayori shakes her head. I need to be here to show her that I respect her space. I'll just spend some time in the club by myself today. Yuri nods in understanding. You can go in first. Okay. You're blocking the door. Oh. Yuri steps aside. By the way, before Yuri enters the club room, Sayori interjects. You said that you and Natsuki are completely different, but I don't think that's true. I think you're actually really similar in a lot of ways. Yuri smiles and shakes her head. Sayori, that's absurd. You're very silly sometimes. Yuri turns and enters the club room. After a moment, Sayori follows. Okay, yeah, usually when they whip out this, like, slow piano is usually when we get to the CG portion of it, so we're getting there. The club room is quiet. When Sayori walks in, Natsuki glances in her direction. Yuri smiles and gives Natsuki a quick wave before sitting down across the room. Yuri's face is already buried in the book. Yuri decides it's best to continue the manga she was reading, so she pulls it out. However, it looks like Natsuki isn't reading today. She has a sheet of paper in front of her, just tapping a pen against her desk, staring at it. Ooh, are we reading today? Monika speaks in a quiet volume, unwilling to disturb the peace of the club room. She kneels down beside Natsuki's desk. Hey! Natsuki pulls the sheet close to her and covers it with her arms. Sorry, didn't mean to peek. Whatever. I just wanted to see how everything was going. It's fine. Natsuki replies dismissively. She glances over to Sayori, who's so focused on the manga. Monika follows Natsuki's gaze. I think she's mad at me. How come? I'm busy right now. Ask me later. Natsuki. Monika falls silent. Natsuki looks back down at her paper. She inches her hand away from the top margin, allowing Monika to see. It says, to Sayori. Understanding, Monika smiles. She places a hand on Natsuki's shoulder and whispers softly, I'm proud of you. Natsuki looks away and makes no motion to remove Monika's hand. Monika gives Natsuki's shoulder a quick squeeze before standing back up and pulling away. Aww. They're both trying to understand each other, so that's good. The end of the club meeting passes. Yuri has already departed. So has Monika, after checking on Sayori and Natsuki to ensure they wouldn't stay too late. Sayori was determined to finish her manga volume before heading out since the end was approaching. However, with Natsuki also staying late for an unknown reason, a silent tension hangs in the air. After finishing the volume, Sayori brings it to the closet to put it away. She slides it back onto the shelf while Natsuki watches. Then Natsuki gets up and pulls it back out in order to return it to its proper location. Oh god damn it, Sayori, come on. Sorry. I didn't know where it's supposed to go. It's fine. The two fall silent again, avoiding eye contact. They both look like they are about to say something, but neither can break the silence. A moment passes. Well, I'll be on my way. See you tomorrow. Sayori turns away to hide her pained expression, then walks away from the closet. If there was any proof that Natsuki no longer wanted to be friends, this was it. Defeated, Sayori carries herself out of the club room. Once in the hallway, Sayori takes a deep breath and hits her palms against her cheeks to clear her head a little. I actually do that a lot myself. It's actually kind of helpful, to be completely honest. Suddenly, Natsuki's stammering voice calls from behind. Natsuki? Startled, Sayori turns back to face Natsuki. Yeah, there's the CG. Aww. I honestly thought Natsuki would be shorter than Sayori by, like, a good chunk. But she's only, like, 2 inches shorter. Yeah, 1 second. Perspective may be doing it, yeah. It's a bit of a hard one to call. But even with the perspective, like, you can kind of see... Well, no, you can't actually see there because my ears are fucking covering it. But you can kind of see on the angle of the floor, like... She would technically have to be lower on her end to actually be that much shorter. I have a lot of things to say. Me too. But you go first. Natsuki bites her lip and can't stay still. Well, first of all, she cuts herself short, struggling to continue. Trying to force the words out, she stamps her foot and hops up and down a little. I'm sorry for the thing I did at lunch, and I'm sorry for just being kind of mean lately. It's really hard for me to I mean, I'm not good with things that make me uncomfortable, especially when it comes to like feelings and stuff. So, face burning, Natsuki climbs up again. Instead of continuing, she simply holds up a sheet of paper for Sayori to take. Hey, we got a Natsuki poem. That's why we didn't get that before. The best place in the world. I love my bedroom. It's full of bright colors and soft things. The sunlight shines in and makes everything sparkle. It's the best place in the world. It has all my treasures, all my books, my collections, my memories. All my dreams were born in this room. It's the best place in the world. It has all my secrets, all my failures, my fears, my feelings. Sometimes I feel so fragile that the door will break at the slightest touch, but it's still the best place in the world. But when someone knocks, I get scared. I brace my arms against the loose hinges. Please don't break. Don't come in. I'm not ready for it. It's my best place in the world. The knocking won't stop. I block the door with furniture, and I peek through the keyhole and I panic. I'm trapped in the best place in the world. I'm not ready to share my favorite place. I need to clean my secrets and make my bed to hide my nightmares. I need to touch them to put them away to see them again. I have so much to do and I'm scared. I'm not ready. But still, it's my favorite place. I still want to share it. However long it takes, if you wait patiently, I'll eventually open the door and I'll show you the best place in the world. It's a poem. But I thought, well, I sucked it up so that I could work things out with you. So just be happy about it. Please? Yuri smiles deeply from the bottom of her heart. I'm happier than I could express. I feel so awful, but I'm so happy that you do this for me. I actually realized before the club meeting today that I made a mistake. Oh. Wondering what dropped. I got so caught up in the chance to get closer to you that I forgot to think about what you wanted. And that you would probably have different ways we like, and that we probably have different ways we like to make friends. About, like, the friendship stuff. I mean, it's okay. I understand, so you don't have to force yourself to talk about it. Your poem did a good job of that. So don't force yourself if you're not ready yet, okay? Natsuki nods. You don't have to feel like you did anything wrong. It was my fault, and I'm sorry. I wasn't mad at you today or anything like that. I actually just felt really guilty and wanted to give you some space. I was thinking it's silly that I just approach you all the time, and that I should just let you approach me when you want it. Just whatever makes you feel comfortable, I'll respect that from now on. Friendship should always start with those things. With the, right balance. Natsuki nods again. One thing about that. Well, I don't want to have to approach you all the time either. I just want it to be balanced like you said. Sayori nods. I understand. We'll make sure of that together then. Works out. Well, anyway. Now the two of them have found common ground, Natsuki finds it easier to speak more freely again. I'm not going to be like sharing my poems all the time or anything like that, but I guess it wouldn't hurt to do this once in a while, only the best ones. So you better like them, because otherwise I might change my mind. I like anything you do, Natsuki. I was just saying. More importantly, I have to tell you about my new boyfriend. Wait, what? Huh? Oh, from the manga. Wait, I need to guess who it is. You definitely won't be able to guess. The two walk down the hallway together. Oh my god, we have so much to talk about. Darn, I could have just told you to save the last 2 chapters so I could see your reaction to the big reveal. Aw, you wanted to enjoy it with me. That's so cute. Oh, shush. Okay, that's good. Also shorter, actually. It only took like 45 minutes to get through that. But there we go. Now we get the Natsuki taking a selfie background with a filter to specifically get the bunnies and diamonds to shine behind her. That's actually kind of cute. Also, game. This needs to stop being a thing. The playlist should honestly just play every time. That would be significantly more helpful. Stay focused on our goals. The emails have gotten like severely out of hand if you wanted to focus on the goals on that bit. But after, let's see here, from Paula Minor, P minor at messed up local, United Mail Group do not use. Untitled Mail Group. Weird. As a reminder to help guide our data collection, any analysis performed should be focused on answering some of these main questions. Thus granting elevated access to the VM, affected person's emotional state. Granting access to the VM, affected person's values and goals. How does someone effectively navigate and experiment with their ability to change the content? Whoops. Excuse me. How does someone effectively navigate and experiment with their ability to change the contents of their VM? How is it elevated? How is elevated access being weaponized? Wow, weaponized. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. What actions and values most contribute to the destruction of the universe? Most importantly, how might your observation apply to our own universe? And bonus question, how can we present this to upper management as an operation that benefits the company? Unrelated note, whoever changed the color scheme on my desktop to pink, can you just change it back? It's unprofessional and it runs the risk of drawing eyes. Okay, so there's secrets going along the company right now that develops Monica. So they developed her as like a side project that they were going to eventually sell up top before everything happens, I guess? Maybe there's another email on like the 12th or something afterwards just to kind of explain everything away. Oh. Long have we been going? Yeah, I probably should have stretched a while ago. There we go. And there we go. Okay. Am I bothering you? No. Okay, just checking. It's hard to tell since you're always so into it whenever you're reading. It just makes me scared to interrupt. Well, it's within my expectations to be interrupted when I read here. It's mainly when I'm by myself I don't like it. That makes sense. I guess if you're here in the first place, then you're more ready to socialize. Even if it's just a little bit of prodding. It's not so hard to be social if I let others do the work. So it can be healthy to put myself into a social environment every now and again. It's mostly difficult when I don't know anyone, or there are too many people, or everyone's being too silly for me to keep up with. Yuri glances across the room at Suri and Natsuki. Yuri has her head cocked back and her mouth open, trying to catch pieces of a cookie that Natsuki is lobbing into the air. Pieces keep bouncing off her face and hitting on the floor. Maybe I should say something. No need, they've just run out of cookie. What a waste. They've really become good friends, haven't they? I'm so happy. Yuri seems particularly good at making that happen. But two of them are both on the energetic side, so I suppose it works out well. Yeah, come to think of it, you and I haven't been the chances to talk one-on-one, have we? Though that may be partly my fault, since I'm supposed to be the one engaging club members. Not at all. I've probably formed a habit of drawing minimal attention to myself. The responsibility is equally on me, at least to display some openness to engage. Well, what about during times like lunch? Do you meet up with friends? I just read. Oh, but I like it that way. It feels nice to be carried off again into a morning of classes. Or carried off again after a morning of classes, not during. Okay. Do you always read fantasy? Oh, not always. I suppose it's all I've been reading recently, but only because I'm in the middle of the series. There are still 2 more books after this one. I guess those long books suit you well, since you spent so much time reading. Well, fantasy may be my favorite, but after that, I'm more or less indiscriminate to genres. I'll read anything with depth and maturity. Oh yeah? Even like romance? Well, there are a lot of books that have elements of romance in them. Oh, come on, Yuri, you know what I mean. Monica lowers her voice. It's a guilty pleasure of mine, so I won't tell anyone if you do. Maybe more when I was in middle school. I mean, I was really lonely and people were mean to me a lot. So I just kind of felt like, please don't make me think about the past. Sorry, I just got super curious. You know, we really should pick out a romance novel to read. That'd be so much fun. Absolutely not. Really? Even if it's just between us? Try asking someone who has no shame, like Natsuki. Sorry, I swear I didn't mean that. Well, I guess it was my fault for pressing you. I'm like that for things in my past too, you know? Things I feel too embarrassed to re-experience. There's nothing wrong with growing out of things, it happens to everyone. For instance, Natsuki's interest in manga reminds me quite a bit of how intense I used to be about my own interests. Makes me think that she'll likely grow out of it too. Hey, were you talking about me? No, we were just... Oh, we were just talking about how our interests changed over the years. When did you get into manga, Natsuki? Like a couple years ago, I guess. I was already sort of into it before that, but I wasn't really going hard until then. Oh yeah. What was it that inspired you to get more into it? I don't know. I guess, let me think. It was after I discovered a series I really liked. Yeah, I was just really fed up with a lot of things, and I got super into one series that I really related to. I guess I had an edgy phase where I just hated everyone around me and wanted to be myself. Hey, kind of like Yuri. Monica. Sorry. That's completely wrong, though. It's still cool that you both really found your thing. They're almost like opposites, but it sounds like they helped you a lot through harder times. You know it. Wow, what the heck? Is that book even bigger than the last one you were reading? It's technically slightly longer, but not by much. How high do you think it would go if you stacked up the whole series? Natsuki estimates by holding her hands high above her head, sizing up to an imaginary stack. I get one of those mangas that's like 50 volumes long, but I can say I've read more than you. Not that I have the money for that. Please, that would hardly count when your books only have a few words per page. Oh, here we go. I know, I was just joking. I can never actually read books like yours, it's far too boring for me. Yuri shoots a glance at Natsuki. It's not boring. Chill, I said for me, not for you. I can have my own opinion, I just think it's too convoluted. Yuri, are those on the floor? Gross. Also, wash your hands before touching any of my books. But my hands aren't dirty. Just do it. The oils are there even if you can't see them. Fine. Yuri trots out the door and Natsuki follows. Yuri is feeling uncomfortable, as she should. Yuri, you look a little upset. What kind of nerve does she have to call my hobby boring? Well, she did correct herself. Oddly. She was so condescending. I don't mind if she thinks it's not for her. I already understand it's not for everyone. But she knows how much this means to me. So how about just leaving me alone instead of needlessly telling me things you hate about it? I'm sorry, Yuri. You may be right. This won't be the last time people have strong feelings about what they like and don't like, especially in literature clubs, so I should just figure out how to mediate discussions to keep them positive and constructive. For the record, I've always been impressed by the level of creativity in your books and also your ability to get through them so quickly. Thank you. Okay, well, this is something that I'll have to revisit. I'm sure I can help Natsuki find some common ground with you. Common ground isn't necessary, I just wish to be respected. That's that. Either way, I'm skeptical when it comes to Natsuki. I trust you, Monika, but I'm skeptical. Oh, okay. That actually felt like an ending point. Wait. Okay, everyone. We have a special club meeting today. As you know, Literature Club is a place where we get to share things that we're really passionate about, but that also means we should be mindful of how we respond to each other's feelings. And we have a chance to turn our differences into positive energy for each other. Aren't you being a little dramatic about this? This is important to me. Well, sorry, I just feel like I'm being accused of something. No, I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm sorry if it comes across that way. But our conversation yesterday made me reflect on the power of language, and I thought it would be a good topic for Literature Club, don't you think? I'm sure we're going to have differences in opinion a lot, so I just need to make sure we're prepared to keep positive atmosphere in the club. If you say so. Sure. The cool thing about language is that it gives us a lot of different ways to express the same idea, or emotion. We have a lot of control over what we want the other person to feel when receiving our thoughts. This goes for poetry, narratives, casual conversations, basically anything. For example, Theory, what's your favorite food? I have them organized by category. Should I start with snacks, or do you mean full meals? Should I include breakfast? Oh, jeez. Okay, how about your favorite fruit? That's easy. Cherries. Really? I always thought cherries tasted nasty. What? Cherries are delicious! Well, that's pretty strong a question. Well, I just don't understand how someone could think cherries are nasty. And how does it make you feel? I don't know. Sad? Defensive, maybe? Yeah, kind of defensive. The reason you had such a strong reaction wasn't because I don't like cherries. It's because you felt like your opinion was under attack. But that's weird, right? Something like taste is completely subjective. But when I say something like, I think cherries taste nasty, I'm using objective language. I'm challenging Sayori's reality that cherries are delicious with my own, which is that cherries are nasty. Wait. Hold on. How is that objective when you just said it was your own opinion? It has to do with the way that our brains interpret the words. You're talking about the reality of the cherries, not your feelings about them. Like, Sayori. Let's rewind for a second, pretend I didn't tell you that cherries are nasty. Good. So, what if instead I said, like, I've tried cherries and they're not for me? It's not the flavor I enjoy. Well, that's fine. As long as you don't call them nasty. Nasty is a nasty word. Okay. So, cherries was kind of a weird example, but I think it gets the point across. This time around, instead of talking about cherries, I just talked about my feelings, and Sayori didn't get defensive. So instead of clashing with each other, it's like we received an invitation to talk about our differences. Yuri, you don't need to take notes. I'm not going to quiz you or something. I know that. I was just... Sorry, I didn't mean to call you out. You can do whatever you'd like. But does anyone have any thoughts so far? Yeah, I just feel like I shouldn't have to put all my language through a filter just to protect someone's feelings. Well, you don't have to. The choice is yours and how you want to come across to other people. I'm only suggesting it's a tool to help turn your differences into a positive experience rather than an argument. Right, Sayori? Whatever you say, cherry hater. Oh, come on. Yuri, I actually like cherries. I was just saying that to help demonstrate. Oh, what the heck? I've been duped. I'm sorry, Sarah. I'll make it up to you later. How about a cherry sundae? You are welcome to do me anytime, my beloved president. Buying your people's loyalty? How deplorable. Oh, that was Yuri. Oh, like you would turn down a free sundae, Yuri. You were certainly a fan of those cupcakes I brought in the other week. That was, I mean, I was reading and not keeping track of them. Oh, that's enough. We're getting off topic. So, now that we have the gist of it, how about we try with something more relevant to the club? Like manga, right? Let's try to have a productive discussion about our differences of opinion. Yuri, do you want to start? Well, I'd rather not, no. Aw, how come? Well, because I don't see how anything productive can come from that. It's just going to start a fight. No, it'll be fine. That's why I'm here to moderate. Let's just have a calm and rational discussion about manga. That can happen in an open space between 4 people, right? Yeah, give me a little more credit. I'm not a child. You don't have to coddle my feelings. I just think it's more respectable to just speak your mind. Respectable. Yuri's expression changes at that word. As Monica recalled, being respected was the crux of what matters to Yuri. Well, the point of the exercise isn't exactly like, it's fine. I have nothing against anyone personally. You're entitled to enjoy whatever it is you like. I just prefer more in-depth and nuance in my reading material. I look for stories that are imaginative and sophisticated beyond the surface level. Oh, well, that's just a misunderstanding, then. I thought you were going to say, like, mangas for children or something. Like, I don't hear enough of that. But there's plenty of the manga. I'm not clueless about manga. Ooh, hold on. I've read my own fair share when I was younger. What, are you serious? How come you never told me? Because I'm past that point in my life, and I'd really prefer not to revisit it. For more mature things. And here's where the fight starts. Excuse me? Okay, hold on, can I jump in? Let's try to keep things subjective. Because if you're implying the manga is immature, then aren't you implying that someone is immature for being into it? Well, maybe it's immature to judge people for having different tastes than you. Natsuki. Nobody is immature. I've read Natsuki's manga and Yuri's fantasy, and I love them both in their own way. Okay. It's great that you like it, but I still find it boring. Boring isn't subjective. Okay, it bores me. That's subjective. But, I mean, the thing about this is ridiculous. Do you see why I didn't want to participate in this? I knew it was just going to make people upset. I'm not upset. Like I said, I don't care about what other people think. But I always get the impression that you seriously look down upon me, so I'm glad my suspicions were confirmed. That's not true at all. You're making assumptions. You can't blame me for getting defensive when nobody ever has the least bit of respect for the things that I'm into. The only thing that I look down upon is when people make fun of me for just being myself and trying to mind my own business. Well, have you ever looked into a mirror? Tell me again about respect after calling all of my interests immature. You can't. Please stop. Please. You don't mean the things you're saying right now. Just let's be friends. I didn't mean for this to happen. Well, it did. So please don't invite yourself to try and solve other people's problems next time, okay? Yuri's piercing words send the clubroom into a choked silence as she gathers her things. She leaves. Holy crap. I've never heard her sound like that before. She must be so pissed. Well, you weren't very nice either. So, I was just saying, how did this happen? It's my fault. Yuri wasn't wrong. I shouldn't have tried to moderate a conflict when I know how bad I am at dealing with conflicts. It was really stupid thing for me to do. It's nobody's fault, and it wasn't stupid. Everyone in the club is a nice person. Nobody would have expected this. But I guess we're just sensitive about the things that we really love. Honestly, she just kind of brought it upon herself. Like I said, I don't care if you're in a manga, or I don't care if you're not in a manga, but if you're actually looked down on other people for it, that's kind of the point I was trying to make in the first place. It's not about sugarcoating things, it's just about recognizing and understanding your differences. Okay, but here's the thing about that. Yuri actually looks down on me. That's because you're short, Natsuki. That's a difference. It has nothing to do with her word choice or anything like that. So I see what you're trying to do, but I really think the problem here is her. Not just like the way we talk to each other, right? I mean, Yuri isn't like that. She's a lot sweeter than you're giving credit for. I'm sure she's just reflecting on this. She'll be reflecting on this. I actually think everyone should. It'll be fine. I'll figure something out. Wow, I'm just like saying that instinctively. I'm just setting myself up to cause more problems. This wasn't your fault, Monica. You don't have to beat yourself up over it. If you ask me, it's good that the truth finally came out, because I can just move on. But, it's fine, I promise. Let's just get our minds off this, okay? In fact, it's a good opportunity to read some manga without having to worry about feeling Yuri's superiority complex. Don't be so mean. I'll talk or read manga or whatever you want, but don't be mean to my friends, okay? Sorry. I'm just bitter. Everything will be okay. I mean, I don't have the answers, but I at least know that we're all good people and don't want to hurt each other. This will be a learning experience. Monica says that, but her uneasiness is given away by how much she has to force the reassuring tone in her voice. This was bound to happen eventually. Natsuki and Yuri have always engaged with each other the least out of everyone, and this is the reason. As Yuri and Natsuki proceed to distract themselves with manga, Monica sighs to herself, unable to shake her worried thoughts. Will the club really just have to come to terms with the fact that some of the members will be incompatible with each other? Monica desperately doesn't want to admit that, and she knows Yuri doesn't want to either. But for once, a solution doesn't seem to be in sight. Okay, I was about to say, that's a pretty good end to the chapter. And again, we're getting new songs, but it's not telling us what those songs are. Reflection. Don't know why, but my allergies seem to be acting up a little bit. It's actually kind of annoying for reading. A new day arrives. Yuri arrives at the club room earlier than usual. That is, not late. As she enters, it appears to be empty still, so she sits down at a desk and pulls out a sheet of paper, trying to jot down her thoughts. Yuri has made a habit of scribbling her thoughts and feelings on the paper whenever possible, as it tends to serve as her best inspiration for poetry. My heart feels vacant because of a ship sailed away. Yo. Natsuki. Natsuki pokes her head out from behind the closet door. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. But it would have been a lot more awkward if I didn't say anything. I bet you would want me listening on your poetry thing. Yeah. Ah. Thanks for realizing that. I should just let you finish that up then? Oh, no, I wasn't. I mean, I just do it whenever it's convenient. You're not interrupting. Where's Monica, by the way? Oh, she's out in the hallway. Huh? Why? Well, just in case she runs into Yuri. Sometimes Yuri's too nervous to come to the club room by herself. Jeez, does Yuri really let things bother her for that long? She can't control her feelings. For some people, it's really hard to cope when you get a bad thought in your head. Maybe you can distract yourself for a little while, but as soon as it's just you and your thoughts again, it comes back. I just want to have a normal club meeting. It's a lot easier to pretend like it never happened if we all ignore it and move on. I don't want to be bothered by this. It's so stupid. Her opinion of me doesn't matter anyways. Besides, that makes me feel really guilty, and I hate that too. It's okay to have feelings. It doesn't make you weak. Let's figure this out together. Fine. Only because you're good at this stuff. Let's try to come up with a happy scene. Maybe that'll help you understand where your bad feelings are coming from. Well, I was happy with the way things were before we had that conversation yesterday. Also, did I get the wrong one? Hold on. No, that is reflection. It's just heavily focusing on those two to start. Weird. Okay. Yep. Was it Yuri being mean about the manga? Maybe. I doubt it though. Because my friends and the other people make fun of manga all the time, but I just brush it off and ignore them. But something about it really got to me this time, and I hate that I'm letting it happen. Is it because it came from Yuri? No, why would that matter? I mean, well, maybe. I just hate that she thinks that she's so much better than me just because she likes to pretend to be all sophisticated. Yeah, that's what it is. At least other people decide that they don't like me, or manga, or whatever. But Yuri acts like she's too good to even give it a chance. I'm sorry. Everyone deserves a chance. Yeah, exactly. Would you give Yuri's books a chance? After this? Obviously not. What about before this? Well, I would until I got bored, which wouldn't take very long. But if you actually keep an open mind, then it's not hard to realize that the story can be deep and meaningful without being needlessly complicated. I see. But you know, I like Yuri's books. Yeah, but you like manga more, right? Yuri shakes her head. I like them both. I like them in different ways, but I like them both. I mean, the manga, it's really honest and fun and easy to let go with. And the fantasy has a lot more to interpret and uncover, and it's really rewarding to have some good quiet time together with it. But the most important thing about both is, well, that both the manga and the fantasy are true to themselves. So, I love them both. Yuri, why are you sweating while saying this? And I think there's some room for both of them just to be in the same club together. And I just feel like maybe, they have more in common than you would think. Thank you, Yuri, for getting a little bit, adding a bit of imagery into that. How do you get along with everyone so well? I always get into fights with people. Like, first it was with Monica, when I was new to the club, and then it was with you, and now it's with Yuri. And I'm always like, oh, that person's such a jerk, and if they just realize that, then they'd at least get along. But nobody else has this problem. I just keep running away from the reality. Like, everyone's just a jerk to me because nobody likes me. And I don't know why, I just don't know what to do about it. I don't know what's wrong with me. I hate it. Natsuki. Yuri puts a comforting hand on Natsuki's shoulder. You're a wonderful person, and you deserve to be loved as much as everyone else. Everyone has different ways to communicate, you know? And sometimes that makes it harder for us to understand each other. I think that sometimes we just get lucky, and we make friends who are really, really good at the same kinds of communication, and it feels like you might magically connect to them. But other times, Even if both people are really nice, it's easier for them to misunderstand each other or to get communications wrong. It's something that Yuri struggles with a lot too. It can be really hard. It takes a lot of reflection and self-awareness and vulnerability. I'm bad at that one. Vulnerability. I always have to be the strongest. What do you mean? Tell me about that part of you. Well, it sounds stupid, but I'm really used to people being mean to me. Like my friends, and I guess my dad. Like when I don't get good grades or even stupid things, like my room isn't even clean. So what am I gonna do, cry about it? If I let myself get upset, then it's just letting them win. I'm better than that. I'm better than all of them. So things always have to be everyone else's fault. It feels like if something goes wrong, and there's even the tiniest hint that it might be my fault, then I just get really angry and find ways to blame everything else instead. Do you see yourself as better than Yuri? If I said that, then I would just sound really full of myself. No. Our thoughts and our feelings are two very, very different things. Even if we don't like our feelings, we have to understand them if we want to learn more about ourselves. That's a part of vulnerability, you know? Accepting that we have feelings that we don't like. I hate that. My feelings make me a bad person. Because my feelings just want to tell me that it's so much better than her. Oh. Because my feelings just want to tell me that I'm so much better. That she's a judgmental know-it-all who's stuck in her edgy phase and that I just want to be above that garbage. But I'm terrible for feeling that way. You're not terrible. You are not your feelings. But you are not your feelings. Say that to yourself, out loud. Fine. I am not my feelings. The way that I like to picture it is that those feelings are like your roommate. You live in the same house, and you gotta see each other every day. And even if you ignore each other most of the time, you're gonna run into each other every now and again, and it's gonna make you feel like shit. So the other option is to get to know each other. You can communicate and learn from each other, and maybe even help each other change for the better. Does that help you understand? How do you know so much about this stuff? Is that a topic we can get into with Natsuki in a side story between Monika and Yuri? I just have a roommate that can be really hard to get along with. Called depression. Depression? But you're like the happiest person I know. I am not my feelings. I want to be a good person like you. Aw, you little sweetheart. We're all good people. You and Yuri and Monika. And I think Yuri will eventually learn that about you. Natsuki remains silent, feeling a little overwhelmed. Despite Sari's kind reassurance, a complicated mixture of pain and sadness seems to fill her, as though flowing from a wound inside her. Was the result of her vulnerability? No, it wasn't as though she was inflicted a wound after becoming vulnerable. It was the thought that she began to rediscover an old wound, one that cannot simply be bandaged and left alone any longer. That was quite the deep dive into Natsuki, considering this is supposed to be about Monika and Yuri. Yuri, what are you doing all the way over there? I was looking for you. Please don't yell at me. Oh, I'm not gonna yell at you. I wanted to say that I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. It was unfair for me to put everyone in the spotlight. Next time, I won't just try to jump in and solve everyone's problems. I guess it's just a bad habit of mine. You're not mad at me. I thought you were the one mad at me. I was so awful yesterday. Yuri curls up, recalling the details of the argument. I can't even have a normal conversation without saying something wrong and making everyone upset. Hold on, that's not what happened at all. Oh, hey there, Jasper. Welcome, welcome. I was actually just about to do that too. Alright, but how are things? Were you able to get some good sleep last night? Ah. Liquid. Let's just talk about this, okay? A bit? Okay, well glad you're at least able to get a little bit. I know I kind of woke up halfway through my normal sleep schedule, so I'm a little bit out of it today, but, you know, we do what we can. Yuri pauses for a second, then manages a nod. Monica takes the seat next to the staircase, or next to her on the staircase. Not excited to be going to work in a few hours. No, I can't really blame you there. Work tends to not be super enjoyable unless you're lucky and actually like your work, but from the people that I've talked to lately, I don't think most people are actually in that position really, other than the ones who can just stay dedicated to streaming, but not too many of those just yet. I'm having a lot of negative thought patterns and I can't get away from them. What kinds of negative thought patterns? Like, everyone hates me, especially Natsuki. Aww, that's terrible. I don't think Natsuki hates you. I enjoy my job, but today is different. No, that's fair. That's fair. Usually have days like that. Hell, even I have days that I actually love having my work. It's been rare lately, but sometimes you just have that day where it goes the opposite. How do you know? Well, because Monica thinks back to the time that she herself found herself in an altercation with Natsuki, and how a displayed maturity from Monica was enough for Natsuki to reevaluate her own feelings as well. I think Natsuki is just naturally defensive. I think she acts mean when she feels the need to protect herself. But you know, she's really not a bad person. I think she can be really thoughtful and considerate. She just, well, I guess the way it works is that she wants to receive some degree of kindness first before she feels comfortable returning it. Oh. But that means the burden is on me. And I don't know how to say things that make people like me. Every time I open my mouth, I just... Yuri shakes her head at herself and tugs at her hair. It's okay, Yuri. You don't need to beat yourself up. I think everyone would like you if they had a chance to get to know you. Well, unfortunately, the opposite is true. That's why I'm not talkative anymore in the first place. Because everyone used to think I was weird and talk about me behind my back. That's just what happens when I draw attention to myself. Natsuki even said she found it more respectable when people speak their minds, so I did, and she hated me anyway. That was enough to confirm my fears. But Sayori and I like you, and we've gotten to know you a lot by now, right? Yuri doesn't seem to have a response. Hey, what are you thinking, Natsuki? I don't think about her. That's not what I meant, really. I just... I was just wondering if you had an opinion on her. I do. What is it? Natsuki seems to bring up the worst in me, and I feel really ashamed of it. I like to think of myself as a fairly sophisticated person, so for someone to just treat me like I'm inferior despite my tastes, that's just the worst kind of insult coming from someone like her. And it makes me think bad things about her. But everyone else seems to like her, so the only explanation is that it's me who's doing something wrong again. And my feelings about her are fairly wrong. And I'm wrong to get upset over something so childish and inconsequential. No, Yuri, feelings are never wrong. Well, they're not right. That's the thing. Feelings are never right or wrong, you know? They're just a state of being we don't always have control over. But that doesn't mean they have control over us. I feel like that's something I learned around when I first started the club. We can hate ourselves for feeling a certain way about things, or we can just, just acknowledge the fact that they exist and try to understand them better. I can never be mad at you for just feeling a certain way. It's about how you handle them. And I think working through feelings is a great opportunity for teamwork. Yuri wears a dejected expression. You make it sound so easy. You're so mature and so good with people. I feel like such a child in comparison. Oh, Yuri, I'm far, far from perfect. But these are learned skills. They don't come naturally to me either. It's really just hard to, reflect on yourself and separate your feelings from your thoughts. I want to be a good person. Well, I think it takes a good person to get this far. That's not good enough. I want to be able to communicate with her. Communicate what? How I feel. How it makes me feel frustrated and upset when she's so negative and dismissive of the things that mean so much to me. And how it reminds me of me. Because I know what it's like to feel misunderstood and angry at everyone. I know that telling yourself you're better than everyone else is just a defense mechanism. We're just people. We're fragile and unstable, but I'm just tired of getting in the way. I can't stand it when the peace is disturbed like this. Yeah, you can't focus on your reading when the peace is disturbed, right? Because the literature club should be happy for everyone. Monica looks at Yuri in adoration. I feel like Sayori must be rubbing off on me because I really want to hug you now. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you feel uncomfortable. No. Well, if you wanted to, then I wouldn't really mind, so... Monica pulls Yuri into a short embrace. You're so gentle. And I love when you communicate your feelings. I feel lucky that I get to see that side of you. And I'm sure Natsuki will too. I'm going to write her a letter. Oh, a letter? What a great idea. Just because I'm not good at talking, especially under pressure. I always let my feelings get the best of me, and I forget to say all the important things, and I say things I don't mean. Well, I think a letter would be a great idea. Just such a nice way to communicate. Yuri's face hardens with determination. People don't naturally gravitate towards me like they do for you and Sayori. My personality just isn't suited to that, and I want it to be. But something I've learned is that friendships don't always just magically appear out of thin air. For instance, I never would have seen myself making friends with someone like Sayori. We're opposite in a lot of ways, but I'm friends with her because she puts so much effort into understanding me so we can get along. I think it was the same with you. You both gave me a lot of time and patience, and I wonder if she feels the same way. Natsuki? Yuri nods. I always thought that if I wanted to make more friends, I had to be somebody that I'm not. There's still a type of person or magical formula I have to follow in order to make someone like me. And that's just like me to think that. Always so occupied with myself that I fail to understand other people. Yuri shakes her head. Friendships happen when you think about the other person. When you offer time and effort to understand them and respect them, and trust that they also want to be a good person. That's what I've learned through my observations in the literature club. Observations? Monica's caught by surprise. Yuri always kept to herself so much that it's so unusual for her to suddenly talk about the club like this. But Yuri gently smiles to herself. You always let me listen to your thoughts about people. Yuri too. And it makes me happy because I learn a lot of things. That's so sweet. I had no idea it meant that much to you. Monica never thought much of it, but in the past few weeks, Yuri always seemed to be especially attentive when it came to the problems and concerns of others. Always wanting to listen. How do I get listen out of that? Always wanting to listen and learn more about her friends in the club. It's true, Sayori and Monica are naturally more comfortable with other people, and can more easily work through situations of conflict. But that doesn't make them better people. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses, and the capacity to improve. And the first step towards improving oneself is reflection of self-awareness. It's something that Yuri never gave herself enough credit for, but Monica can recognize as an inherent, incredible trait. And with that, her confidence in the club is restored. I was about to say, we haven't gotten a CG yet. Okay. Drink obtained. A very shy girl with long, pretty hair is wandering the bustling lunchtime hallways, her fists pressed into her collarbone. When she finds the Literature Club president's classroom, she stands at the door, glancing all around her before peering inside. Monica is sitting and chatting with a group of unknown friends. Yeah, as expected, this would be a bad idea after all. Suddenly, Monica glances toward the door, making the girl panic and duck out of sight. Before she can regain her composure and decide for sure to leave, the classroom door gently opens. Yuri, what a surprise to see you during lunch. Yuri squeaks in response. Please help me. What? Is everything okay? Yuri shakes her head. I don't know how to write letters. Thank goodness. I thought there was some kind of emergency. Monica briefly glances over her shoulder at other friends. Do you want some help? We can go find an empty classroom or something. Is that okay? I feel bad taking you away from your friends. It's totally fine, I promise. We weren't really doing anything. One sec. Monica trots back to her classroom and says something like, I gotta go, to her friends, and then grabs a pen off her desk before returning to Yuri. Okay, let's find somewhere quiet. Yuri nods and follows Monica as the two of them set off. How are you today? Huh? Me? Well, yes. Oh gosh, sorry, I was just caught off guard. I'm going well today, just tired. I never seem to get enough sleep during the week. How come? Oh, I don't know. I think I'm just easily distracted. I get really sucked into things and start neglecting the time. Me too. I do that too. Hey, this classroom's empty. Let's go in there. After peering inside, Monica opens the classroom door and the two of them enter. Yuri's moment of relaxation ends. He watches as Monica pulls up two chairs at the same desk and then obeys as Monica beckons her to take a seat. She stares down at the empty desk. You nervous? I don't want to do this. We don't do. We can come up with something else. Yuri shakes her head. It's my chance to do something good. I need to take initiative. Gosh, you must be very determined. I know how hard it is to step out of your comfort zone. I'll be sure to encourage you. Yuri pushes through her anxiety and grabs a handful of lined paper from her notebook. Then she picks up her pen. Aww. That's actually really cute. Can we actually just show the picture? I guess we can show the picture later, because I'm curious about what Yuri's pen looks like. But the fact that Monica's has a little bit of a heart on it is kind of nice. Hey, you're left-handed. That's neat. Yeah. Now I don't have to worry about bumping your arm. Monica playfully rubs her shoulder against Yuri's. Sorry, I'm just being silly, I guess. And how about we start by listening to the different things you want to say to her? Yuri thinks. I feel embarrassed all of a sudden. Aw, it's okay. How about some of the things that you said to me yesterday? But never mind. I guess I'll try. Yuri thinks for a moment longer, her tension evident. Then she writes down the word reflection. This is about my reflection on my behavior. The key question is why we act like this towards each other, but I've never been able to separately be friends with Sayori and Monika. That's me. Yes. Yes, it is. So, Yuri thinks. I've been able to befriend the two of you because you've taken the time to understand my needs and respect my interests. The same goes for Natsuki too. We started off pretty hostile to each other because I was so worried about getting what I wanted, but she just wanted to be respected more than anything else. Once I stopped making it all about me, she was able to do the same. I wanted to do that too. So what kind of things do you want to do for her? I want to do the same things for her that I like to receive. I like it when people respond positively to the things I talk about and not just brush me off. I like when my feelings are taken seriously. And I like when you and Sayori trust that I want to be a good person, even when I'm not doing a very good job at it. Let's write those things down. Okay. Yuri writes some things down. I think the most important thing to remember here is that Natsuki is feeling vulnerable, so we should make sure that the letter puts her first. It's hard when you're feeling hurt, but it never helps just tell someone all the things that they're doing wrong. I think first you have to make sure that you know you're ready to respect them and listen to them and admit the things that you feel you could do better. Then, finally, you ask what you would like in return. How does that sound for a structure? It could be 3 paragraphs, 1 for each of these points. I like that. My thoughts were so disorganized I had no idea how to come up with any kind of structure. You're so amazing at these things. Oh, stop. You've done so much more than I have, you know? You spent so much time reflecting and being open-minded that the hardest thing for anyone to do, all I'm doing is helping you put it on a piece of paper. So I think you're an amazing one. Monika gives Yuri's hand a quick squeeze, but as soon as she lets go, she's caught by surprise when Yuri curls her fingers stuck around Monika's hand in place. For a while they sit like that in silence, save for the occasional scratching of Yuri's pen against the paper. Yesterday, you told me something that I'm thinking about a lot. What was that? The thing about how feelings aren't right or wrong, and the fact that it's a state of being we need to come to terms with. It made me think about how a person's behavior isn't always just how they decide to be. It's also made up of their past experience and their insecurities. I think that helps me see other people as actual people, rather than as insignificant side characters who are out to get me somehow. Is that how you felt about Natsuki? Yuri nods. But in reality, everyone is always trying their best, and everyone wants to be happy. Monika peers over at Yuri's paper, but to her surprise, Yuri pulls it closer, partially covering it with her arm. I have to be able to read it to help you out, you know? It's okay. My thoughts are a lot more organized now after being able to talk to you about it. Now that I'm actually putting it on paper, I realize I prefer others not to read it. Yuri laughs softly to herself, a rare expression. I'm kind of glad to hear that, actually. I somehow keep finding ways to butt into the whole thing. I've done enough damage. But it's also so wonderful talking about this. I mean, I always thought you were really smart, but Yuri smiles. I will always be terrible at these things. People are just so incomprehensible to me. I'll never get the hang of being one. But listening to you so much has really helped me make sense of some things. So just don't call it damage, please. Monika gives Yuri a gentle smile. I can't believe I came to this club looking for fantasy geeks and all I got was real friends who value me. Is that a joke? Of course it is. I still can't tell with you. Sorry. No, I love it. Please, never change. As you wish. Yuri glances at the clock. We're almost out of time. Will you be able to finish? Before the end of the day? Probably. But I don't want to come to the club the same day that Natsuki reads it. I'm just too shy. I can give it to her instead if you like. You're nuts. As long as you promise not to read it. Of course, I promise. Thank you. Yuri exhales and the two stand up. I'll message you when it's ready. Monica nods. Good luck. I'm here if you need me. Yuri turns a nod and heads back. Cool. We didn't get an email off of that, oddly. But we did get the scattered Yuri background. That's good. We're only really missing this last one, which, by order of operations, it looks like it should be Sayori's, but the last story itself is about Yuri and Natsuki. So we're gonna get a Sayori background for that? Okay, so Yuri just has a pretty normal pen. That's fine. And then we get the stairwell scene. Makes sense. Still no new concept art, but... And none of the promo art either. I do kind of wonder how you're supposed to get all of those, but... Let's get to self-love. Because this one is probably going to hurt me. It's only been one day since Yuri's letter was delivered to Natsuki with Monika's help. Because Yuri chose not to attend the club meeting that day, she and Natsuki haven't faced each other since. Although it's only lunchtime, Yuri finds herself anxiously counting the hours until she'll need to face the outcome of her efforts, whether good or bad. And because the passing by of students was making her feel more anxious, Yuri picked out the most secluded spot she could find to spend her lunch. The stairwell, of course, because no one's going to be using the stairwell. Oh, that's a closed-off stairwell, so no one can even go up there. Okay. Because the staircase is under maintenance, no student would have any reason for coming here. It's such a relaxed feeling to have a moment of solitude in the middle of a frantic school day. Oh, look at that. An interruption on the frantic school day. Huh? Oh, what are you doing here? I just... Yuri grips her book with enough force to wrinkle the pages beneath the pressure of her thumbs. Well, what are you doing here? I just came to get a drink from the vending machine. The other ones out of the drinks I like. Yuri notices Natsuki fidgeting with a few coins between her fingers. She nods, avoiding eye contact. Natsuki, also looking away, shuffles over to the vending machine. It's so quiet that every one of her movements seem to reverberate through the entire stairwell. After far too long, she finally receives her beverage, which she then fidgets with in the place of her coins. It's some kind of iced tea, but instead of leaving right away, Natsuki just stands in place. She glances around her. It's like way too quiet back here. It's creepy. I mean, it's not what I it's not what I meant, really. I mean, it's totally cool if it's your thing or whatever. Like, I can see how it suits you, so... Not because I think you're creepy or something. I didn't mean that either. You know, I'm just gonna stop talking. That seems like a good idea. It's okay. Everything is okay. Yuri finds herself attempting some words of comfort after hearing Natsuki stammer to herself in detection. Seemingly in response, Natsuki approaches the base of the staircase and hesitantly sits herself down near Yuri. Well, I can leave if you want. Yuri shakes her head. Natsuki twists the cap off her drink and takes a step. I should do the same, in all honesty. And despite receiving Yuri's general permission, Natsuki doesn't say anything more. Yuri continues to read, or at least pretends to. Okay. And the two just sit there for a long time. The tension seems to fade a little bit as time passes. Even without any words, this seems to mean at least something, though it's not clear what that may be. Lunch ends more quickly than expected. Natsuki is the first to stand up with her empty drink bottle. Are you coming today to the club? Yuri nods. I'm sorry for being so awkward. I really had a bad time talking about all this stuff. I just can't for some reason. I really don't know why. But I want to. Eventually. There's no rush. I promise. Thanks. We're getting this music a lot in this one. I'm a little bit nervous. It's the next day. Natsuki appears from around the corner and steps up to the vending machine, glancing at Yuri as she does so. Today she seems to be holding some kind of book as well. Oh, you're here again. Well, I just came here to read this because there aren't any people around here. Oh, I thought you didn't like how quiet it was. Well, I don't, but there's no people here. I see. Natsuki sits down. The mood feels much different today than it did yesterday. After yesterday's lunch and the club meeting that followed, Natsuki and Yuri are beginning to feel more relaxed around each other again. Although Yuri's letter is still lingering in the back of Natsuki's mind, she continues to detour around it. But it's okay that I'm here. Yeah, I don't care. I mostly just don't feel like dealing with the crap I get from my friends about it. Especially since, like, they all just assume I stopped reading manga after I joined the literature club. Not that I'm trying to hide it from them exactly, but I just don't want to talk again now that I've waited for so long. English is breaking. Gotta reformat that. But I just don't want it to come up again now, after I've waited so long for this new volume to come out. Literally months at this point. Oh good, she's a Hunter x Hunter fan. You don't have any other friends that are into manga. Not unless online friends count, and Natsuki, they do. Online friends always count. And Sayori, but that's different because she's not exactly into it, she just likes it. You know what I mean? Honestly, you're lucky that the books you're into at least look like books, so you don't have to feel like everyone's constantly judging you for what you're reading. That would be so awful. Especially since I already hate attention so much. Well, it's a good thing I have thick skin, I guess. By the way, I would totally recommend finding some friends online if you haven't already, if you're like me and have no one to share your hobbies with. Oh, I have online friends. Since middle school, actually. I was especially desperate back then. Wow, she's really open about this. It's somewhat embarrassing to reminisce about those days. Sometimes I feel like the me from a few years ago would actually have benefited from a good smack across the face. Oh, whatever. We were all just stupid kids back then anyways. Some of the fanfics I wrote, thank God I used a pseudonym. But I liked it at the time. I got a lot of fulfillment out of it. And plus, I can look back and say with confidence that I've become a better person since then. So I don't think I would change anything. I wonder if a few years from now, we'll all think the same things about our current selves? Probably. That doesn't make you uncomfortable? No, of course not. I don't care what other people think of me. Especially someone who doesn't even exist yet. Alright, here. Natsuki raises her hand to her face and forcefully slaps her own cheek. That's me from the future coming to terms with me right now. Also, ow. I didn't mean to do it that hard. Yuri doesn't seem to react, but then to Natsuki's surprise, Yuri shyly looks the other way before lifting her arm and doing the same thing to herself, loudly smacking her cheek. She turns red and stares into her lap, but is unable to hide her smile as though it was a really funny joke. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. I didn't... Oh, that's what I'm talking about. I didn't know you had it in you. I don't. I don't even know why I did that. Maybe I thought it would be funny? Sorry, I keep distracting you. You said you were looking forward to reading, but I keep going on about all this nonsense. I'll let you get to your reading. Oh. Right. Yeah, I guess I'll do that then. The conversation ends quickly, and Natsuki opens her book. The two read silently for the remainder of the lunch hour. But the whole time, Yuri feels distanced by the twist of regret over having it. Yuri feels so distracted by a twist of regret over having to abruptly force the end of their own conversation. Well, at least they're getting good use out of the stairwell, CG. Oh yeah, you're back. Yeah, I'm here to lay low again. Another day has passed. During lunchtime, Natsuki finds herself having wandered to the stairwell once more. Hey, did you buy that? Natsuki quickly notices a bottle of iced tea on the staircase where she normally sits. Yuri nods, avoiding eye contact. What, like, for me? But you didn't know I was coming here today. What if I didn't show up? Well, I would have drank it myself, I guess. It was a stupid thing to do. No, it wasn't stupid. I just thought... Never mind. What I mean to say is thank you. And that's a really nice gesture. It's okay if you don't feel that way. I do. It was the other things that I didn't mean. I swear, please, believe me. Yuri pauses, then nods. Talking is hard. I get it wrong a lot, too. So I believe you. Natsuki exhales in relief. She then sits down next to Yuri and takes the drink. Knowing Yuri, she's probably overthinking it so much that Natsuki's tepid response filled her with self-doubt. I'll do something nice for you next time. Please don't feel obligated. I want to. I want to do nice things too. Okay. Thank you. You can thank me after I figure out how to do something nice. I'll do it then, too. Natsuki sighs. Nothing. It just reminds me of how I haven't been getting along with my friends lately. Is that why you've been coming here? Well, no. Not exactly. I haven't been avoiding them on purpose or anything. They're just other things I'd rather be doing during lunch lately. I like being around them. We're all just having fun, but they also just can't take anything seriously. So when, I don't know, feeling serious, then their attitudes just really get on my nerves. It's only gotten worse ever since I joined Literature Club. How come? I don't know. I feel like I used to be really good with just putting up with it because it would be so stupid to cause drama over a joke I don't like or something. But I just have a hard time doing that lately. But it's my fault for being overly sensitive. If I have a problem, I'm not going to demand for everyone else around me to change. But, yeah, I know. Monika and Sayori really don't agree with that. They're not in my position, so it's easy for them to say that you should just communicate your feelings or whatever. It's not like my friend group does that kind of thing. I would just be making an embarrassment of myself. Okay, none of this has anything to do with you. I don't know why I'm talking about it. It's okay. I like listening. What? Listening to other people's problems? Yes. That's weird. Sorry. I like learning about people. Do you think that's weird? No, that's not weird. I probably just misunderstood. So, I don't know. Does that mean I should keep going? If you'd like. Okay. Well, I don't know what to talk about now. What are some of the things you like about your friends? A lot of things. I mean, they're really fun to hang out with, and like after school and on the weekends. And they really like my baking. And it's fun to complain about school together. They make me laugh a lot, and we have a lot of good memories and side jokes. Oh. I'm bad at a lot of those things. So, are those all things that are important to you? Well, kind of, but they're not things I need to get out of everybody. Everyone in the club is like really different from that, but I'm still friends with them too. Well, Fiori really likes your baking, and she makes you laugh, and she complains a lot. That doesn't mean she's anything like my other friends. Well, unlike them, she is a nice person who cares about your feelings. Oh, that's a bad thing to let slip out here. Excuse me? Don't talk that way about my friends that you don't know anything about. Natsuki stands up. No, wait. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I didn't want to say something bad. Please don't leave. Natsuki sighs and shakes her head. It's fine. As long as you understand that you can't just judge people like that. I'm sorry. Natsuki sits back down. You can't compare friends like that and like measure who's better than who. Everyone's different. I'm sorry. I just don't like people who want to hurt you. A moment of silence stretches between them. They don't want to hurt me. We just like to tease each other about stupid things. It's fun. I don't like that. Well, that's why I'm friends with them and you're not. You like it. Just don't worry so much about me. It's not worth it. I'm sorry. I wish I knew how to help with social conflicts, like how Monika can. She's good at these things. Not really. Also, I don't always want help. Sometimes it's just stuff I have to deal with myself. That's why Monika and Siri never seem to understand. Sometimes all you do is look them wrong, and they're all like, "Aw, what's wrong? Is everything okay?" I just want to mind my own business sometimes and decide myself if I want to talk about things. The only one who understands that is you. So you really shouldn't be so hard on yourself. You're not as bad as you think. Oh, you don't need to reassure me or anything. I mean that. But it makes sense that someone who doesn't like to talk a lot would make a good listener. Thank you. You're also nice. It's really hard for me. It does not come naturally at all. It's so weird because I always thought of myself as someone who could just say whatever's on my mind, but I feel like that only works when I'm annoyed or upset or want to say something mean. Why am I like that? You don't have to answer that, I'm just talking to myself. Yuri nods and remains silent. Natsuki notices her fidgeting with a page of her book. How come you like reading so much? Well, a lot of reasons. But I just get sucked into it so easily. It's so immersive, like I want to be a part of it. I think there are a lot of things about people in real life that make me feel uncomfortable and frustrated. Especially when it comes to following social conventions, group interactions. I just don't really understand it, and I have no real desire to participate. But it's different with books. It feels like I always want to be around the characters. I feel such a strong and emotional connection with them in ways that I've never felt with real people. So in that way, it can sometimes feel like, it can sometimes feel more real than real life. Really? Is that hard for you to be around people, like, all the time? Fairly often, especially in group settings. When people are making all kinds of conversation, saying jokes and all that, I don't know what to do and I disengage. Oh, that doesn't get lonely? I don't think so. I can still enjoy spending time with people one-on-one. I have online friends too, of course. Do you ever wish that you could be friends with the characters in your books? All the time. Sometimes so badly that it makes my heart ache. Yeah, me too. They don't have similarities, huh? Really? Mm-hmm. A lot. Oh, your sub-ends today? Sorry to hear that, Jasper. I think you did get a gift sub, didn't you? Yeah. Like, more than anything, after Natsuki mutters, that silence fills the stairwell once more. But it's a mutual silence. One full of understanding. I was about to say, that's a pretty decent spot to leave off the first chapter of that. Also, stop stopping the music. Just goddamn play it. Ethics. From Paula as well. Simply put, it's not our job to arbitrarily decide upon some code of ethics just because we're the first ones to do this, to our knowledge at least. That's the government's job to figure out. Oh boy, they are doing something pretty fucked up. Long after we've made headway for it to no longer apply to us. It's a fundamentally flawed to apply ethical reasoning to this anyways, because humanity's code of ethics is based on nothing more than acknowledgement of sustaining life forms similar to ourselves. We don't have ethics for killing bacteria or plants, only for creatures that can convincingly project our emotions too. The humans... Oh, I just got an achievement called Buy My Mixtape. I'm assuming it's because I've listened to the playlist for so long. Where was I? We don't have ethics for killing bacteria or plants, only for creatures we can convincingly project our emotions onto. The humans in our DMs operate completely differently from us on a fundamental level, and therefore should not be taken any more seriously than a machine that's programmed to print "I feel sad." We are engineers, not philosophers. Okay, so I'm assuming we'll get one more, maybe on the 3rd or so, just to confirm everything. But this is the last one. So, if this takes us an hour to read, or just whatever comes afterwards takes us that long. Hey. Oh, hello. I almost thought you weren't coming today. Yeah, well, lunch is already more than halfway over. Natsuki has typically been meeting her in the stairwell much earlier, since that had been a good way of dodging her friends, who she didn't feel like seeing then. Today she's holding a large plastic container in both hands. I ran into my friends, so I hung out with them for a while. Is that so? Yeah. I was in a good mood today, so I figured I should. I hadn't seen them in a while, which I had to come up with an excuse for, but I expected them. I have way more of these than I know what to do with, so I figured I'd share some of them too. As she sits down, Natsuki's opened the lid for a container. You've made cupcakes. You know it. It's been a while at this point, so I figured it was about time again. You can take one if you want. Just a little bit of a nibble. Yuri takes the cupcake and carefully twirls it between her fingers. It's brown with a dark green frosting immaculately shaped into a floral pattern and topped with some kind of glittery powder. How pretty. I just ate, so I may not be able to finish it. Are they for the club? I mean, yeah, I guess so. I didn't really think about it, I just made them. I just thought that because green is Monica's favorite color, right? Well, yeah, but that's not really... Yuri takes a small bite. This is green tea flavored. I love green tea. Oh, do you? It was just a random idea I wanted to try, so... Don't laugh at me. I'm not. I just felt happy. Oh, sorry. Usually when... never mind. I mean, I know that, and I'm glad. Sorry for saying dumb things again. I just wanted to do something nice. And this is something I happen to be good at. And I do know that you like them. Yuri turns red, recalling the time she treated herself rather generously to Natsuki's cupcakes. Ironically, her mouth is too full of cupcakes for her to stammer an excuse, so she just kind of settles for a disapproving look. How did you get into baking? Oh, well, I don't know, I kind of just always appealed to me. Well, a few years ago I read this one manga with a lot of baking, so I got super into it for a while. I was probably making stuff almost every day. But it's something that I always knew I liked anyways. It's like baking. It's like baking is like art. But when you get good at it, it gets more delicious too. I'm struggling to imagine myself putting my heart into something so artistic, knowing that it would just be eaten afterwards. Yeah, maybe you're a bit too practical for it. I think I prefer to be on the receiving end. That's my other favorite part about it. It's something I can do that makes a lot of people happy, like, unconditionally. Everyone's always so thankful, and the moment you get to bring, like, you get to feel like the bringer of joy. I don't know, it just makes me feel valued. Yeah, I guess that. So, you were able to make up with your friends today? They weren't really upset. There wasn't really anything to make up with them about. We weren't fighting or anything. You weren't? Maybe I misunderstood. It only turns into a fight if I lose my cool, and that's just unnecessary drama. It only makes things worse. So they're not going to stop. I mean, it only happens sometimes anyway. It's just the way they are. I'm the only one who ever has a problem with it. It's not worth it. Especially since I have somewhere to go now when I don't feel like hanging out with them. Oh. I see. The cupcake's empty foil wrapper audibly crinkles as Yuri clenches a fist. Okay. I'm glad that the situation is resolved. And that you don't have to avoid them anymore. Yeah. Me too. And I don't have to bother you during your alone time anymore. I'm sure you have a lot of reading to catch up on. Yeah. I know that cupcakes are basically nothing compared to all the stuff you've done for me, but it's the best I can do. So you can have the rest of them. Natsuki grabs the box and slides it over to Yuri's feet. Yuri stares at the box. Then she shakes her head and slides them back. You should save them for your other friends. But I made them for you. Natsuki's voice whines as she protests. I know. And I like them very much, exactly as you thought. You succeeded. But I know you care about making your other friends happy too. And if this is the way you know how to make that happen, then I'm not going to take it from you. No, they were for making you happy. You make me happy. You're worth more than a cupcake to some people. That's why they want to spend time with you and be your friend. Without warning, tears pour from Natsuki's eyes. She pulls her knees to her chest and starts sobbing into her arms. Natsuki, I'm such a bad person. Yuri stammers, feeling panicked. I didn't mean to say something bad. Natsuki shakes her head and wipes her eyes. You didn't. Natsuki tries to choke back her sobs, but struggles to speak through them. I just really hate myself sometimes. And it feels so wrong when you say those nice things to me, Like, I just don't deserve it. I'm I'm sorry. No, I am. It's so difficult. And I can't think of even a single thing about myself that someone would like. And I hated myself for bothering you during lunch. I just thought it was my chance to be a good person, like to be nice, to do the things that you wrote about in the letter. I know if I tried to be in the club, Sayori and Monica would be super annoying and make a huge deal out of it. You know, I think a lot of those negative things too, about myself. I never felt like a good person. I always scrutinize everything I say, and later I feel like I said all the wrong things. And I just spend so much time thinking about myself, hating myself, and feeling like everyone else must hate me too. So I understand that some of that through my own experience, and that's why I wanted to write the letter and express my feelings. It pained me to see those things in someone else that I saw in myself. Natsuki sniffles. Yuri rustles through her bag and pulls out some tissues, then hands them over to Natsuki. Monica told me that it takes a good person to reflect on these things. The desire to improve yourself that makes you a good person, so you don't worry so much. Also, there are things about you that people would like, so... Like what? Like how you're fun for people to be around, and you're not shy, and you know how to make people laugh, and you're very passionate about things, you know how to take the lead, and you care a lot about other people, and just a lot of things. Oh. Well, now you're making me feel really embarrassed. Well, you're the one who asked. And don't you think I feel embarrassed? Natsuki tries to hide a smile, then she sighs and it fades again. Every time I come here, I always think it's like the last time, but then I keep coming back for some reason. Is that bad? It's just confusing. I mean, my friends and I go way back, so ditching them all the time feels like... I don't know. Feels like... what? Natsuki's voice gets quiet. Maybe I'm scared they'll get mad at me? I really don't know what to do. She pauses. Yuri stares into the distance, tracing her eyes along the patterns of the floor tiles while she thinks to herself. What would you do, hypothetically, if your friends were happy for you instead of mad at you? Happy for what? Happy that your new club is making you happy? Well, that's just not a fair hypothetical. Natsuki says that, but with a little confidence in her voice. I always told myself that I don't rely on the approval of others to make me happy. And I still feel that way, but I'm spending time with people who put me down whenever I don't have their approval. That's probably what's making me feel so confused. Because I'm threatened out of things that should make me happy. So no matter what, it's like I have to be unhappy to be happy. It's making my head hurt. That must make it really difficult to feel comfortable with yourself. Being made to feel like you're wrong just for being the person you are. It really goes against everything I believe in, doesn't it? It goes against the kind of person I want to be. I'm so fed up with it. I'm fed up with a lot of things. Natsuki presses her palms into her forehead and shakes her head. I know it's the best thing for me, but I just keep convincing myself out of it. It's so much easier to be comfortably unhappy than it is to do something so scary. To do what? You know, to end it. With them. Natsuki nods. I didn't think you were so actively considering that as an option. I wasn't. Until recently. It's just one of those things where, like, it's been a certain way for so long that you just get used to it. Like, so much has gone into it. So much that it feels like that's just how your life is. And throwing it away is like throwing away such a big part of your life. It makes me feel sick to think about. Natsuki sighs. It's just really scary. Terrifying. What are you scared of? I don't know. A lot of things. Like being alone, not having anyone to talk or hang out with, not being able to replace what I have with them. And I don't want them to hate me. And I'm scared they'll just hurt me for going against them. Physically. Not physically, but... Yuri clenches her fists. Natsuki, what? If anyone thinks to cause you harm, I will unleash hell upon them. Natsuki snorts in laughter. Don't laugh at me. Sorry. I like that. That's all. Oh. Well, I meant it. I knew you did. Natsuki gives Yuri an endearing look. I needed it. As the conversation lapses, Natsuki again slides her box of cupcakes over to Yuri. Just take them, okay? I don't want other people to have them anymore. Or are you sure? Natsuki nods. I'm sure. I will, then. I'll enjoy them. Natsuki looks away, but a feeling of warmth spread through him. She holds on to the feeling, knowing it will give her courage. I'm assuming next day passes? You're here first today. And you brought reading material. Natsuki is sitting in her usual spot, this time hiding a volume of manga while her lunch sits beside her. Yuri sits down as well and opens her own book. It sucks when a good series has to come to an end. Like, it's such a big part of your life, and then one day there's just nothing left. It makes you feel so empty. Unfortunately, I'm about to experience that myself. I'm on the last book of this series. That sucks. But there's also something satisfying about letting a story conclude. I don't know if I want to get it to go on forever. Maybe. But there's also some things that I wish it could. On the other hand, have you ever read something that overstays its welcome? Oh, yeah, definitely. One Piece exists. I can think of at least one thing I've read that got pretty unbearable, like halfway through, and the ending just really fucking sucked. So it sucks more when something good has to end, but it also sucks when they just keep inventing more plot until you just don't like it anymore. I guess it sucks either way. Well, that's just the nature of things. They come to an end. The two fall silent. They slowly eat while making their way through their respective reading material. Except Natsuki doesn't seem to be touching her food at all. You didn't go out during the weekends, right? Excuse me? Like with friends at the mall or downtown or whatever? I'm not a total shut-in, you know? Oh, my bad for making assumptions. Well, I'm sure I go out less often than other people, like you and the others in the club. I don't really meet with friends and arbitrarily spend time like that. I'm usually meeting with the board game group, or with my board game group. Board game group? It doesn't matter, it's just more nerdy stuff. Why do you ask, anyway? I was just curious. I just realized that I couldn't picture it, so I was just curious. Yuri looks at Natsuki and realizes that she's shaking. Just don't look at me like that. Sorry. Natsuki pulls her knees to her chest and puts her head down. I just can't take this. Did I do something? Yuri gets flustered, her mind racing over what she may have said or done. I did. I ended it. I texted them earlier, telling them, and then I just blocked them because I was so afraid of the response. And now I just feel like I'm dying inside. Oh. That's... I'm sorry. Totally unsure of what to do, Yuri can barely find any words of support to offer. Meanwhile, the sound of Natsuki's unusually hard breathing fills the air. Then she speaks up again, barely above a whisper. Help me. I feel sick and I want to hit my head against things. Please help. I just can't take this. You may be having a panic attack. With that realization, Yuri's demeanor suddenly changes, as it fucking should around people who have panic attacks. I have experience with this, so I'll help you through it, okay? Natsuki meekly nods through her rapid breath, head still buried in her knees. Yuri slides herself over to Natsuki and sits on the step behind her. Then she puts her hands on Natsuki's shoulders. Can you feel my hands? Natsuki nods, her shaking becoming more apparent through Yuri's sense of touch. Yuri keeps her voice low and gentle. You are safe right now. You're in a good and safe place where nothing can hurt you. Natsuki nods once more. Although Yuri's only touching Natsuki's shoulder, she can practically feel her racing pulse through the base of her neck. We'll do a breathing exercise together. All you have to do is listen to my breaths and breathe along with me. Let's breathe in now. Yuri takes a deep, slow breath. Beneath her hand, she can feel Natsuki's shoulders rise as Natsuki takes a breath of her own, trying to mimic Yuri. They exhale together, although Natsuki's breath shakes on the way out. That's good. Let's keep going. Yuri breathes in once more, and Natsuki joins her. They continue like that for a few more cycles, while Yuri closely monitors. Eventually, Yuri feels Natsuki rest more of her weight into Yuri's palms. Let's focus on the physical world. All you have to do is focus on the feelings of your breaths going in and out, and the weight of my hands on your shoulders. You are in a safe and comfortable physical space. I'm actually half surprised because I figured that would be the CG art, actually. Minutes pass in silence. By now the worst of it is past, but Yuri is determined not to move away until Natsuki prompts her to. Meanwhile, Natsuki has lifted her head off her knees and her breathing has mostly steadied. Then she takes a final deep breath and slowly pulls herself to her feet, causing Yuri to let go. She stretches her arms. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to freak out. I don't know what my deal is. You don't have to apologize. This must be enormously stressful for you. Is that going to keep happening? It may, or it may not. We can take measures to help prevent it in the future, but I think it will naturally get better over time. Natsuki motions to sit back down again, so Yuri moves over. Yuri turns away to pick up her open book from the dusty floor, which she had hastily set down earlier. She brushes the dust off the cover. I don't think I could have gotten through that alone. You're not alone. Feeling shy again, Yuri speaks into her own lap. From now on, you don't have to do anything alone. As she says that, Yuri tenses up. It's rare for her to openly share her thoughts. But something about Natsuki, of all people, makes it feel so much more natural to do so. Perhaps because, like Yuri, Natsuki's pretty timid and uncertain of herself. Natsuki does have a good job at hiding it, that it's taken a long time for Yuri to finally realize it. And because of that, Yuri is able to deliver the reassurance that she herself would have wanted. Demonstrating that you deserve to love English. Fuck, Jude. We're at the end here. Demonstrating that you deserve the love of others. If you can accept that for the first time, then perhaps you can begin the tumultuous journey of learning to love yourself. There we go. That makes sense. Do you really mean that? You're probably going to regret saying that if you do. How so? Because I'm probably going to have a lot of free time during the weekends from now on. You've just given me permission to be as annoying as I want, to drag you around to a lot of places. I see. But you already said it, so you can't take it back now. Oops. That button. Ah. Well, I suppose I have no choice but to accept the responsibility then. Mm-hmm. I know a good ice cream place. Oh? That means you'll finally figure out my favorite ice cream flavor. Huh? What are you talking about? Oh, don't you remember? On the first day that you came to the club, you guessed everyone's favorite ice cream flavor, but for me you said you had no idea. Seriously? I don't remember that at all. Oh wait, yes, I do. I said it was probably green tea. Yuri shakes her head. It's a good guess, but my favorite is usually to get chocolate and raspberry together. Chocolate and raspberry? How fancy. How is that fancy? Oh, I don't know. I feel like it should have guessed something like that. Well, maybe next time I'll try chocolate and strawberry. Hey, strawberry is my favorite. What a coincidence. Subtle theory. I think it helps to have something to look forward to. I still have that sick feeling in my stomach, but it's easier now to convince myself that I did the right thing. Is there anything better I could be doing? Not that I know of. There's nothing that'll make it easy for me. And you really did more than I thought anyone could. Come to think of it, we never talked about the letter you wrote, but I feel like we're way past that at this point. I don't even know what to talk about, except that I think it helped me understand my needs just a little bit better. The way I like to be treated, and the kinds of friends that I wanted to have. That's why I wanted to start coming here in the first place, even though I was so scared of causing more problems. I thought it was a coincidence that you ran into me here initially. Oh, well, not exactly. What do you mean? Nothing. I may have tracked you down first, with the help of Stewart. That's what you said. I was shy, okay? I wasn't ready to, like, whatever. You know what I'm saying. Well, I guess I'm glad that you worked up the courage, even if it was in your own way. I can tell that you've been making a lot of difficult decisions. It's brave, and it will make things better in the long run. I think anyone would be proud of you for it. Anyone? You mean, like you? Yes. Like me. You know, I could get used to this. As long as you don't tease me too much. Fine. Just a little then. That's fine. I know how uncertain everything feels to you right now, but I really do think that good things are in store. Those are my honest feelings. Thanks. It feels nice to be reassured. The two girls continue their conversation through the remainder of lunch, but a new feeling hangs in the air, a feeling of greater certainty in their path forward. In just a few hours, there will be another Literature Club meeting where the 4 club members will happily spend time together, each of them all with their own special qualities, having something unique that they can deliver to one each other. Though, through friendship and literature, the club members will continue to grow and find happiness together. The end of each chapter is the start of the next, Yuri thinks to herself. Since she's about to finish her long-running series, it would be best to have a new book lined up. Perhaps this weekend would be a good time to visit the bookstore. Together. Aww. That was cute. There was not an email after that? Really? We're also still missing this one. Fuck, what else am I missing then? Can we get that? But then we're still missing 2 CGs. Well, shit, I'm missing things. Do music on, please. Oh shit, that's a bit confusing. Because most of these are like the main ones from the base game, and then they follow up with all the side story ones. So then what are these two? And we clearly missed a lot of secrets relating to the poems, because I'm pretty sure most of these are just going to be the blacked out poems anyways. But we got all the backgrounds, and we didn't get all the sketches, and we missed like all of the goddamn promo stuff. So, what in the world did I miss? Because we're clearly not done. There's gotta be other stuff with this. Oh. Hello. That's new. It didn't actually tell me there was anything new in here. Okay, we're not done yet. There's more. Okay, everyone. We're going to be taking a break from our usual activities today. I was thinking since people are starting to talk about the festival, it's a good time for us to go over the general direction of the club and all that. I think it'll help us figure out what to do for the festival. You know? Oh, Siri and I already came up with a really good plan. Really? For the festival? Yeah, so the plan is this, okay? You and Yuri collect information ahead of time on which clubs and classes are doing food booths. Then, we take a map and plan the most efficient route so that we can get the most of them before the lines get too long. Hey, that has nothing to do with the club. Well, you have to let me finish. Alright, fine, go ahead. Right, so basically we get all the food we can, then we come back here, and we all eat together. That's all. Wow, I got tricked twice by the same joke. Boo, don't be a hater. It's not like you can come up with anything better. Look, even Yuri's thinking about it. No, I wasn't. I would really prefer to do something literature-related. We can eat together anytime. The festival is a unique opportunity. Besides, it's been quite a while since we've seen any new interest in the club. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. We really get a shot at showing people what the literature club is all about. I'll tell you what, we can do both, right? We'll make time for your food mission, and still put together a public event. Oh my gosh, yes! I was just joking, but that's a really good idea. Well, I guess that's settled. I think the question is how to come up with an event that demonstrates everything you can get out of the literature club. Well, that's kind of tough because everyone gets something different out of the club. Okay, how about this? Let's go around and have each of us talk about what we've gotten out of the club so far. That can really help us figure out what kind of reputation we want to build. Yeah. That's too embarrassing. Aw, but you have so much to talk about. That's exactly why. And I'm sure Natsuki feels the same way. Well, maybe, but I didn't plan on arguing against it or anything. I mean, it's like the literature club. We talk about stuff together, right? And the only way to get more comfortable with it is to suck it up and do it. Oh. You're not wrong. I'm sorry for being resistant. It's not good to say suck it up, because it sounds like their feelings don't matter. Right? My bad, it's just a habit I need to break. Well, anyway, who's gonna start? I'll start. I was the first to join, after all. Wouldn't that be me? No, I want to go first. Fine, you can start. I'm fine. Yay! So. Oh, we get new music from this too. Okay, so this one's probably going to be the equals background then. Gosh, it feels like so long ago. I think I just joined because I wanted to have this shared phones with people. It seems like I would be a safe place to express myself, you know? Like, if it's just a poem that I can share without feeling like I'm burdening everyone with my problems. And I thought it would just be a really good way to get to know other people, too. So yeah, it was just really surprised when I walked in. I just saw Monica. And she was just sleeping. Don't remind me of that. Oh gosh. Yeah, but it seemed like it was so much fun to help start a new club. Especially since writing helped me so much more, and I wanted to see how it helped other people too. But it ended up just being me who was inspired, because I remember feeling Monica was just so sweet and mature that I couldn't trust her with anything. It made me feel like a lot less alone having someone who knew even the bad things about me. And at that point, I knew the Literature Club was going to be special for a lot of people. Yeah, I feel the same, or I felt the same way. It really helped me give the club a more cohesive vision. Yeah, and then Yuri joined, but she was so different from us, and Natsuki too. I think that for Yuri, it was really helped me to take the lead before she was able to open up a little. But Natsuki was kind of the opposite, where she wasn't ready to get really close to someone really quickly. I never really thought about that sort of thing. I really feel like that I've gotten better at understanding people's needs, and that it makes me feel really happy because my friends are just the most important thing to me. And whatever new members we get, I want to help them in those ways too. I don't really know if I would have continued coming to the club if it weren't for you. Really? I know it wasn't too long ago, but it hurts to think about my behavior back then. I was really short-sighted. The only reason I came here was to find others who were into fantasy. I suppose that was my idea of making friends with people. And I remember feeling so uncomfortable because you and I have such different energy. Oops. I had such a specific idea of the kind of person I could be friends with, so when Siri tried so hard to get to know me, I felt like I was just wasting her time. I think it was naive to assume that similar interests were the key components of friendship. Yuri and I were able to be friends because she always thinks about the needs of other people. That's something I never knew how to do, or even thought how to do. But I stayed in the club thanks to that, and started trying hard as I could to understand people better. He really went above and beyond, and when it came to that, it was super impressed. Well, I always hated that I didn't know how to behave like a person who was easily liked by others like the two of you are. And because of that, I spent so much time thinking about my own behavior and all the wrong things I said. But the whole time, I should have just been thinking about other people instead, not myself. Once I started doing that, I was able to make friends with everybody else. Oh, also, I discovered sometimes I'm a better communicator when I take the time to write rather than to speak. It's so strange the way things turned out. It's so far different from anything I ever would have expected. But I'm happy. I suppose we don't always get to know what we really need. Oh my gosh. You're so cute that I'm gonna throw up. Oh, okay, please don't do that, Sayori. Besides, I'm not cute. Hey, isn't that my line? Oh. Well, for me it's actually true. So, what are you saying? Nothing. I finished my part, so someone else please take the turn. My heart. Sayori, take some deep breaths. Okay, fine, I'll go. Yuri, I can't believe you were complaining about doing this and still went before me. What a show-off. I was just following up on Sayori. It wasn't the easiest way to get it over with. Or it was the easiest way to get it over with. Besides, you left out the most important thing that you got out of the club. I did. Yeah, a regular supply of your favorite cupcakes. She's never gonna let that go, is she? Oh no, I forgot that too. I'm a traitor to the Cupcake Queen. Neither of you are forgiven. Looks like only Monica will be getting cupcakes next time. No! I can't eat that many cupcakes. Yeah, true, only Yuri can. Hey. Well, anyways, I'm just putting off talking. It's kind of hard talking about this stuff, but I guess when it comes down to it, I'm in a much better place mentally than I was when I first joined. That's because everyone helped me realize that I had some really toxic friendships going outside the club. It was honestly a really painful thing to go through, having to cut them out. It still hurts to think about. I'm sorry, Natsuki. It's fine. I knew it was for the best, and I was right. I guess for me, it's all about those feelings. I was only ever ridiculed for having feelings, so I thought the right thing to do was to just ignore them. It took me a really long time to realize it's not really how things are supposed to work. And I guess that's just how things... I guess that's thanks to everyone who took the time to respect my feelings, even when I was being, like, the biggest jerk. I'm really sorry for being such a jerk to everyone. I was really the worst. Natsuki voice chokes a little. We love you, Natsuki. I hate that I was like that. Everyone did so much for me and I could never do anything in return. That's not true. Natsuki, you've done a lot more than you think. This club really wouldn't have been the same without you. I mean that. Remember how judgmental I was when you first showed up? It was like I couldn't accept anything other than my own idea of what literature club was supposed to be. Apparently, that was more important to me than the opportunity to bring you some happiness. It really taught me that anything can make English. Dude, for fuck's sakes, English. You really taught me that anything that makes someone happy is worthy of respect. You even inspire me to start playing piano. That's something that means a whole lot to me. So there's no need to prove yourself. Put yourself down. Okay. Natsuki wiped her eyes. You helped me a lot too. It's so much more fun to have you around, and you helped me become a better person. Having a problem doesn't make you needy or inconvenient. It means that there's something that needs to be better for you, and that you always deserve that. I agree. Seeing us have the same struggles made me a better person as well. I wouldn't want to change anything about our time here. I don't think any of us would. I'm sorry, I got all dramatic again. That's all I wanted to say, so Monica, you can go now. There's no need to apologize. It was something I wanted to talk about anyway, because it made a pretty big difference for me. I was always such a strict perfectionist who never took enough time to believe in the best in other people. But everyone kept proving me wrong. I made a mistake multiple times thinking that my way was the best for everyone, or thinking that I was needed to solve other people's problems. But I think being a leader means that you have to acknowledge that you're not perfect, and that the best thing you can do is to help guide people rather than to do everything for them. We're all good people. We're all equals. I think that's the most important thing I've gotten out of the club, realizing what that really means. Yuri, what are you doing? I just thought that we should be writing some of these things down. Things about the club that are valuable to us. With a piece of chalk in her hand, Siri writes the word trust on the chalkboard. This is because you showed me that I could trust you with everything about me, not just my good side. Suddenly Yuri takes a piece of chalk as well. She writes down, understanding. I owe a lot of gratitude to everyone who took the time to understand me, even though I was a little difficult for me to express myself. In that case, Monica takes a piece of chalk as well and writes the word respect. I always thought I was a respectful person, but it took the club for me to realize that there was more to it than I thought, and I'm a better person because of it. I have another one. Yuri writes balance. Sometimes people want different things out of friendship, or they need time before they're ready to become close. So it's important to keep things balanced between you and the other person. That reminds me, Yuri writes reflection. I've always wanted to be, or I've always been a reflective person, but most of it has been nothing more than hating myself for all the things that I did wrong. Once I started reflecting on other people, and not just myself, a lot of things changed for me. So I think the most important one for me... that's great, we have a whole lot of things now. Suddenly, everyone turns to Natsuki. Well, everyone took all the chalk, don't look at me like that, jeez. You could have just asked. Monika hands her piece of chalk to Natsuki, then Natsuki sighs in bright self-love. I don't know how far I've gotten with it yet, but it feels like things are at least on the right track. So, there's my contribution. Together, everyone stares at the words on the board. Wasn't this club supposed to be about literature? It is, and we still do a lot of literature. Friendship and literature. Yeah, you're right. Friendship and literature. Natsuki and Yuri gently nod as well. Let's all take a picture together. We don't have one yet, right? Hey, right. Make sure you send it to me after. Wait, can I brush my hair first or something? Oh, you're fine. You already have the best hair of all of us. Everyone get together. I can't fit you all in. Okay. Okay, everyone ready? And click. And I'm assuming that's the CG because that's the best transfer point to get that in. No, really. Maybe we'll get it after. I'm really glad we talked about this stuff. It's easy to forget how far we've come with only 4 members. Yeah. I have so many happy thoughts right now. I'm getting some really good inspirations for a poem. You know, I feel the same way. I kind of want to get some writing done. Me too. I think I would like that as well. Everyone's looking at me again. I'll do it too, but I might not feel like sharing it. That's okay. The 4 members of the Literature Club disperse and return to their desks, each equipping themselves with a pen. Natsuki and Yuri give each other a quiet glance, and then start writing immediately. Yuri stretches, then does the same. But Monika is left tapping her pen against the paper, unsure of where to start. Just move your hand. Monika mouths to herself. Right the way into your heart. Her mind full of thoughts, memories, and inspiration, Monika navigates past her mental barriers and begins to write. It doesn't matter what, just that it's something new. Oh, we are diving into Monika. Okay. Or at the very least, her mind is wandering. Oh, okay, credits. I wasn't expecting credits, I'll be completely honest. But, I mean, that works too, considering this is the plus content, so there is a little bit extra to work with. But, good way to lead into the contents, or the credits of it. Gives me a chance to take a drink. And that is kind of close to 5, actually, so that was timed pretty well overall. Boop. I do like Monika's story through most of this, to be completely honest with you. I kind of like how they handled it. Although the side story with the whole development of the AI is a little bit curious, and I'd like to dig more into that. But they're leaving like little hints and sparkles of it, and I'm not sure where to dig for it just yet. And I'm not sure if you want to do that on stream or not, to be completely honest. Because visual novels in themselves tend to kind of focus towards certain audiences. And like, I like visual novels to an extent as well. I don't read them a ton anymore, but I did used to for sure. But at the very least, like, these side stories kind of help flesh out the themes in a constructive way compared to before. where, sure, psych horror is definitely important, but diving into these issues is a bit of a hot button topic at points, because not everyone wants to talk about them. But at the very least, they did it well. From my perspective, at least, nothing really sticks out like too egregious or out of place. So, it works pretty well. Thank you, dear player, for enjoying our story of friendship and literature. Thank you very much, Serenity Forge. I think you guys did a good job with everything. Aww. That's cute. Not P is fairly short. So that gives us that at least, and the achievement for friendship and literature. We get new music, which again, we don't really have, but I'm assuming the credits song, just not labeled credits. That's Monica's thing. I think that's what they use for the credits, so we'll just kind of keep that going for now. Then pictures. We still don't have that. Huh. We're still missing 2 of the main poems, which means that we didn't hit someone on a specific day, as well as that, which is more of a secret poem. And we get 2. Okay, so we get the regular picture, and we get a joke picture of them making silly faces. So, okay, that kind of solves that problem. I wasn't quite sure how the epilogue was going to be handling the last 2 pictures in there, but that works. And that can just be the wallpaper for now. But let's see here. No concept art, but we do get the promo of Monica. Artwork drawn by Satchley to celebrate Monica's birthday in 2019. Okay. And then unlock? Finish all of the side stories. Okay, so we have missed a lot still. I do kind of wish they would give you, like, the acquisition instructions for some of them, especially once you finish all of this. It's like, what do I do from here? Doki Doki Literature Club wallpapers? Unlock? The picture gallery? Yeah, that would probably help. How the hell do I unlock all this stuff? Valentine's Day 2019. Create any poem using the word kawaii. That's probably not what we're looking for here. Yeah, that's what that one is. DDLC stationery. Write a poem within 20 seconds. Uh-oh. Well, that's not hard to do. I think. Oh, right. I need to reset the game to actually do that. Shit. Do we want to reset the game to get another wallpaper? Probably not. Let's just get the music going again, and I'll just double check a couple things. And y'all can just stare at that cute picture for now. Let's see here. What else have I missed? Become the flower, which is what the trust side stories were for. Let's just take a peek at the ones that I've missed and probably how I would have missed them. So, pictures. So that one is for completing the poem in 20 seconds. Whatever's after the raccoon speech, write 2 poems that Yuri doesn't love or hate during Act 1. Okay, so that would explain why I never get that, because I either made her hate them or made her love them. And then I named my pen a poem from Natsuki distributed at special events in the past. Natsuki's convention poem. Then Monica's convention poem. So I missed Yuri's convention poem, which is... Okay, so this one is literally just because I don't have that one. There's not much I can really do about that. All the CGs are there, the secrets, though. These are 9 text-based special poems that are going to appear randomly in Act 2. 2 graphics based on one can also be viewed, but not unlocked in the pictures menu. Okay, so those are all just random chance from doing Act 2, so we basically have to run it over and over again to get the rest of these. The unusual black and white DLC start screen can be seen by quitting Doki Doki during Act 2 and restarting until it appears. Yeah, that's probably something I missed too. Backgrounds, and then the sketches, which we're gonna miss a few of them anyways, but right at home for Natsuki with a perfect score of 60. Note that during Act 2, some 2-point words will make her stick to jump. That's gonna be hard, but I guess you need to have the guide out during that point just to see a perfect Natsuki poem. Rate all 3 poems for Natsuki, which I believe we did. Rate a poem for Sayori with a perfect score of 60. Yeah, we just never got the perfect poems at all. The Sayori Tug, I don't think we got either. Before Act 2, attempt to load a save. Huh. Rate a poem for Yuri with a perfect score of 60, which definitely can happen. Then write all 3 poems for Yuri, which we've done. As soon as Act 3, converse with her and converse with Monika and... Oh, as soon as Act 3 starts, don't converse with Monika, instead immediately exit out and delete her character file. That would be mean. We also have the sketch contest for ProTagCon, which we did at least get, which is nice. Then all of that, and then the promo art. During Act 1, make a single poem for a different girl each day. That would make sense. During Act 3, listen to 15 or more of Monika's topics. Okay. View every Act 2 special poem once, which is why we didn't do that, because we haven't unlocked all those. Spend the end of Act 2 with Yuri without pressing skip. Each load game attempt will advance time. Jesus, these are some really weird unlock conditions to get some of these. Complete the side story equals, which is that, right? Yeah. So Sayori, Yuri, and Natsuki's Valentine's Days were what we missed mainly. Then Monika's Valentine, the unreleased Monika, and Yuri and Monika's Sleepover, and then we got the rest of them. So I guess that kind of cleans up everything. Let me just double check if I missed any of the emails. Doki Doki Literature Club plus email? Let's see. Unlocked by collecting 55% of the data, 60% of the data, 55, 70, 75. Free ethics. Unlocked by collecting 80% of the data. Okay. There is still more stuff to collect, which is the problem. Because there's a couple bits of mail that you'd have to do by unlocking the rest of these pictures. So you kind of have to achievement run it at that point to actually get the rest of the emails. And you have to get every single picture to actually do that. Oh, that's awkward. I don't know. I might end up doing that on my off time, just so that way I can see it. But it'll basically just be me clicking through everything, so... I don't know. To anyone who's kind of lurking right now, because I know chat hasn't been the most vocal during the visual novel stuff. But would you want to see me kind of achievement hunt through the game, just to get it all figured out and we can see the emails together? Or do you just are alright with me moving on to another game next week, just because we're basically at the end of this, all things considered. But not 100% certain what folks should be comfortable with. Oh, tagged in Luna's area? then if not, I can always kind of mull it over and we can see once I'm putting together the schedule for next week. Just because we have options going forward, and we are kind of trying to keep Sunday towards potentially exploring horror games. But for now, I'd say since it's about 5 o'clock, we're pretty much done with everything we need to worry about for now. I can just maybe... I keep saying I want to do stuff in my off time, but I really have like no good off time anymore. So I'd have to see about unlocking all of these pictures, all of those, and the rest of the extras from here, as well as just making neutral poems for Yuri. And then just making one for each of them there, from what I recall. Well, we have work to do. I'll ask you guys maybe a bit more in the Discord just to see, but since it's about 5 o'clock now, we should probably just kind of wrap it up. We got through the side stories at least. Everything else is just kind of achievement hunting, which I might just do on my own time, so let's just go back to here. There we go. So I will have to fix the small issue with the shirt model on this, and then reapply that. And then I'll probably be working a little bit more on the Sawyer model as well. But going forward, that's at least the end of my base streaming week, so I want to thank everyone for dropping by at the very least. Going forward, since it'll be the start of a new week, Thursday I might still do a Slime Rancher, or I might find another game to start up, just because the grinding in Slime Rancher right now is mostly just side questy stuff, and we can probably find something else to do during that portion. Friday, we will still do Monster Hunter World, just because we're still waiting on Tales of Arise, which I did end up just pre-purchasing to make sure we have it ready. Saturday will be probably Touhou Lunar Nights, because I don't really feel like doing the challenges for Shovel Knight for now. We can always just save that for some other time. And then Saturday night can honestly just be whatever the hell I put at this rate, because I have no idea what I want to put there, to be completely honest. I was going to be Risk Brain, then I swapped it for Art, so we'll kind of have to see what we can do with that. But for now, I think that kind of wraps things up on my side, so just give me a quick second to look up Twitch to see who's actually live to kind of pass the love over to. And thank you, Weather, for telling me there's... Oh, it's a thunderstorm watch. That's not a heat warning, it's a bit different. Twitch. And who is live? I believe I saw Mousy live. We could probably just make it easy and hop over there. Do. At least I thought Mousy was live. She is live. She's playing Subnautica. Okay. Is that a good place to go? Yeah, I think that's a good place to go. So, raid 1, raid 2, and raid Mousy Buzz. There we go. So again, do want to thank everyone for stopping by. It's been fun reading Doki Literature Club with you. Going forward, I'll find another board game to fill this slot. I might just joke around and throw Prototype in, or I'll probably find an actual horror game, since Doki Doki being psych horror and slightly at that wasn't exactly horror, so I could probably start easing myself into them eventually. But we'll have to see what I can find. But for now, at least, that's all I've got. So thank you everyone for stopping by in the freezer. I'll talk with you another time. Bye-bye.